Okay, good morning. Good morning. What's up, Pato, Alessandro, Yomi with the Doris Tritos? Doris is currently out. She is gone for her groom. So she will be back in probably like an hour and a half to 2 hours. So we'll give her her Tritos then. Because she will have no doubt been a good girl for the groomer. But today, we reveal whether or not the account is absolutely spooned beyond belief. 734 grey chins. I got the second grey chin on 732. But is it a breeding pair? That's the question. That's the scary, terrifying question. Is this a breeding pair? The first one is Wooby, the male Grecian chomper, who is quite sullen. Believes that today is the day. They're not sure for what, but it's definitely today. I agree, Wooby. I agree. And the second Grecian chomper is Wooby, the male, who is sparkling. We are very sad. It's time to catch more chins. Man, they even have the same name. Like, come on. Getting a breeding pair before 60 Hunter would have been absolutely insane. Let's be honest. Technically, I could just put 2 males in there and hope they adopt, but I think the adoption rate is like once a month or something. So, we continue on. We continue on. Here was me thinking like, oh, I'm gonna need to come up with stuff to do today that isn't half a day of Hunter. But no. Never that lucky. It probably would have been archaeology and Pokemon, let's be honest. Well, there's 60 Hunter, so we can now place a 4th trap, which should speed this up a little bit. Yeah, we got our first one at 300 and our second one at 732. I think our RNG might be used up after that. We had a dream. Yep. So Doris is currently out for her groom. So Gig has taken her to the groomer. We will be seeing Doris's new coat when she comes back. She's going to be a completely new Pom. A whole new Pom, you could say. But as for today's plans, other than catching chins, I would like to, if possible... Well, I need to do a couple Reaper tasks. That's one thing I've got to do. I've been slacking on those. So I've got to do a couple Reaper tasks. And if I could get the 57 Herblore for unlocking... What's it called? Unlocking fairy rings, that would be quite appreciated. I'm kind of delaying Herblore until the month ticks over, which happens tomorrow. Because then I can do... What's it called? Then I can do Troll Invasion again. And that will make up a gap in the quest XP to get to 57. It's either Troll Invasion or Legends quest, so... You know. One of those is a bit quicker than the other. Do I need to put a little thing on the screen saying this is 2 males? Monthly reset is tomorrow, indeed, yes. Which also means the electricity bill is tomorrow, which, you know, big sad. Well, I guess my dreams of having a breeding pair before getting to red chins have been squashed. That means 118 mining tomorrow easily. Huge. Man, why did I keep... Their spawn points are literally like here, 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 and here. And they just somehow end up wandering around all the trees and then putting the trees between themselves and the traps. Hey, look, there's a spawn there, spawn there, spawn there. And then a spawn here. I have put my traps in the most central place for all 4 of these. And they just all immediately bugger off. Okay, that guy just, like, totaled all my traps. What the heck? Good morning, bar friend. How's it going? That was a weird mix between how you doing and how's it going, but I'm assuming it came across fine. Tired already went to the gym and the store. Sounds like a productive morning. Also, I had a little bit of FOMO yesterday. I've made my decision when it comes to WoW, but seeing everyone like posting pictures in the guild Discord of leveling is like, aw. But I know exactly what will happen if I go and play it. I'll just end up like spreading myself too thin between both games, wishing I spent more time playing WoW and more time playing RuneScape and more time editing, and yeah, you see how this goes. Also, we get like a whole new region in RuneScape tomorrow. That doesn't happen very often. A new WoW season happens every few months. Region? Haven Hive? We get it tomorrow? No, we get it next month. Did I misspeak and say it was tomorrow? Because why would they give us an update on a Sunday? Wait, do we know that Haven Hive is the 23rd? I'm just waiting for the month ahead for March that drops on Monday. We should know the dates of most of the updates for March when we get that. I can't believe they're both male. I know you could buy trait rerolls, but could you buy gender rerolls with beans? You hope they don't slack on the communication? It seems like they're really pushing it to keep it up, so should be good. Morning, Jankers. Is the Hardcore Ironman still alive? He's dead inside now. I have 2 POF chins in my inventory, but I have a problem. They are incompatible. Doesn't matter at Greys anyway. I mean, if I got a breeding pair of Greys, then I could just move on to other stuff immediately, and I don't need to worry about Reds for a while. You'll get the go at Reds. I mean, that's one debate, right? Do I just swap over to Red Sally's and go for 63 Hunter for Red Chins? Or do I keep catching here? I'll get less XP here than at Red Sally's, I'm pretty sure. But here I'm still rolling on more chins. The XP is going to be a lot better at Reds, I'm pretty sure. Please tell me the hunter training thing on the wiki is not just... It's literally just fucking whirligigs all the way down. Oh wait, no. At level 60 hunter, when the player can use 4 net traps, this increases to about 65 to 80k XP an hour. So Red Sally's are like 65k an hour. You need help? How do you explain to your parents the laptop which takes 15 minutes to boot up needs to be replaced? You're asking the wrong place because stick an SSD in it and it won't take 15 minutes to boot up anymore. Yeah, the XP here isn't insane, is it? Like, if I set a level target at 63, it would be 3 hours of catching here. Well, 2.5, let's say. 2.5 hours of catching here. And I'm catching, like, 160 chins an hour, so it'd be 400 chins to get 63. That is a decent portion of the drop rate. What hunter level do I want? I mean, 67 gets us the Wildy Diary. Eventually, I need to go for 76 for what's it called? For the vampire questline, but that's quite a bit off. Thing is, I don't desperately need any specific hunter level right now. So getting the levels slower is... Getting the level slower isn't really a problem. That said, I just dismantled like everything you were going in. I'm sorry, little dude. That said... I think I am gonna go Red Sally's and just jump up to Red Chins, because you are right that I have enough Grey Chins to get up to using Red Chins, like no problem at all. I'll probably end up using these Grey Chins for a while, even when I can use Red Chins, depending on how many Red Chins I actually end up with. You only used like 100 to 200? Yeah, that's what I mean. I'll probably end up using them even after I've unlocked Red Chins. Like, what I'll probably do is, oh, I can't do that. I can't do that under my own rules anymore, can I? I was gonna say what I normally would do is go to the skeletons in the Lumbridge catacombs with Grey Chins and use aggro potions to chin them down. But obviously, I can't aggro potion them on this account, so I'd have to use a main to aggro potion them in. And I didn't want to do that because it's using another account. It's like the least offensive form of boosting. Wait, Red Sallies are down here. This place looks so different. What the heck? Are there 4 trees up here still? 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, there's still 4 trees up here. I don't know if they've made this place better or worse than it is in old school. Because in old school, like, you don't have a little like lake of lava here. It's just a little like ridge that goes around. Good day, luckiest. How come? I got 2 POF chin chompers in 730 catches. Unfortunately, they were both male. So we were almost the most spooned iron ever going for their breeding pair. Almost. But now we're going for, what's it called? Now we're going for 63 hunter. You'll be very dry on spiders then? I mean, I wasn't planning on doing spiders for a while. Can you guys see the... You can. Over 300k from the star? Nice, nice. There we go. Let's see how good the XP is at Red Sally's then. It should be way better than anything we've done so far. Well, it's not going to be better than the level 50 Whirligigs, but once you factor in how long it took to get the flowers to do that, definitely better. The red is just so aggressive here. Like, it feels like I've turned the saturation up in game. But I haven't. This is just what it looks like. I guess technically catching Black Sallies would be a good use of time now. I don't know what level you unlock those, though. I think it's 76, at which point you've already got Big Game Hunter. Oh, I know. 67. Oh, yeah, of course. You need 67 for the Wildy Diary. Yeah, catching some Black Sallies for use with Invention probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I am very likely to just use the Sun Spear for Invention, though. Because, like, River of Blood is just such a key part of Herblore progress that you may as well go for it, get the Sun Spear, and then use the Sun Spear to do Slayer. So that will be our way of training up to 90 magic to use the Ember Staff that we're totally gonna get from heists. Yo, what's up, Lay? How's it going? Also, I did forget to go check my my POF to see how the cows have been doing. Because I'm assuming there's another cow in the pen, in the breeding pen, waiting for us. Addicted to Warframe again, send help? It sounds like you're having a great time, so I'll leave you to it. Also, settling at 65k XP an hour? Not bad. Time for lunch and AFK? Enjoy. I've had breakfast today, but I don't know when or what we're having for dinner, so I shall ask Gig about it when she gets back with Doris. I wish when you press loot all, it would actually like update what's in the loot interface, so that way you could just press spacebar and, you know, update with what you've just walked near. Because one of the issues with the area loot interface is that you walk near the loot you want to pick up, and then you have to kind of just wait for it to update on its own accord, which isn't particularly helpful. Because it doesn't update every tick, I'm assuming for performance reasons. You can force it to do it again by pressing the keybind again, but I have my area loot set to L, which is kind of a bit out the way. But also, like, I don't really want it on any closer keybind, because I use ZXCF, ASDF, QWER, 1, 2, 3, 4. I use all those for abilities, so. I know I haven't settled my keybinds up on this account yet. It's just we haven't actually got to bossing, really. Also, I'm kind of waiting for the combat changes to happen, and maybe Scary Fort set up new bindings that work specifically for the combat rebalance, now that all the styles are going to be a little more consistent. Back from ad prison, but you have Slavink for dinner. What on earth is that? You're out Monday mornings, you get to come home to a fire of an update. I mean, it's going to be a fire of an update one way or the other, right? It's either going to be fire itself or everything's going to be on fire. And there's no middle ground there. It's a Dutch meat dish consisting usually of ground meat called half and half wrapped in bacon. Unsmoked bacon. And cooked in butter or vegetable oil for about 15 minutes. So it's meat 1 plus meat 2 in meat 3. Sounds good. Reddit will be on fire and it'll be hilarious. It will be funny. It's a shame I'm working on Monday, so I don't get to play till the evening. But that also means that I don't end up doing anything dangerous while the game's gonna have its inevitable combat bug. Need you oven fries and veggies? You're pumped for it? I am also excited for the combat update. I'm hoping it's gonna go down well. I'm imagining a lot of people are just gonna regurgitate stuff said by some creators. And I know there's gonna be some complaining going on that, oh, this niche thing we used to do doesn't work anymore, or this, abuse doesn't work anymore. Also, 4-ticking for magic is pretty much dead, right? Because spells are now abilities. Like, spells are now your auto attack, which is now essentially an ability. Which means finally magic can be balanced around not having that. Might make magic a bit weak at first, if they haven't considered its removal. But there's no reason they can't just start, they can't start, tweaking some ability numbers if one of the styles is a bit too weak. Is the combat update on Monday? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is. Which means on Monday, range becomes a good style. In my eyes. I really enjoyed the, what's it called? I really enjoyed the version of ranged on beta. I know there was some issue of, like, certain ammo effects not being as useful. But if, like, a niche ammo has to die for range as a whole to get better, then sure. Well, 61 Hunter. We have 65k to go for 63, and then we can start catching red chins. And try and get a gray-red breeding pair. I'm just hoping the catch rate of red chins isn't going to be completely abysmal at 63. You already tried melee and it's cracked. Melee just going, like, The biggest thing issue I've always had with Berserk is that like it doesn't feel like you're going Berserk. It's just a damage amp, right? It doesn't feel like your gameplay doesn't change to reflect the fact that your character should be going absolutely batshit. And then they're like, "Hey, what if we just made you like be able to spam overpower in Berserk?" It's like, you know, that could be seen as going batshit, yeah. The amount of adren you need to be able to use overpower that many times in a Berserk, though, is definitely gonna be out of reach for me, I think, or for like most early game characters. You can get 2 or 3 overpowers. No, I thought you could get 4. I thought you could get 4 if you use the if you use G Flurry to extend Berserk twice. Yeah, you need like Vestments and G Flurry to extend Berserk twice, and it's a very specific setup to get the 4th one. But hey, people wanted skill expression. 4th overpower in Zerk. It's a small skill expression, but it's something that's there. I just can't wait to see what the styles look like at lower levels. Cause like I've leveled up magic enough to get wild magic, right? But I don't have anything good for melee currently. Like I don't have cleave, I don't have hurricane, I don't have quake, all that kind of stuff, right? But as soon as the update drops on Monday, I should have access to a load more stuff for those styles than I currently do. It should make early XP rates so much better. Not because they have to like buff the XP that mobs give, but because you'll actually be able to AoE kill mobs at earlier levels. You like the fact you can meteor then pulverize for 25% damage? Is it 25%? Didn't think it was that much. Also, thank you to whatever mod added right-click release all for salamanders. Huge quality of life change. Really useful for flurry when you Zerk since it hits like a truck at high enrage. That it does. That it does. No, I didn't mean to click that trap. Come on, loot window update. There we go. I think you I think you were correct with the swap to red Sallies before going to red Chins. Grey Chins would have. While Grey Chins may have been quicker to get the breeding pair done, this isn't that much slower, and it saves me potential work later on. Short-term loss for long-term gain and all that. And I guess it's not even that much of a loss because I'm getting Hunter XP. I think the main thing is once we have Chins set up, we'll just start having way more access to beans so we can realistically be sending out the trapper and stuff. I just hope that the catch rates at red Chins are better. Are better than I'm fearing they're gonna be. Also, Hunter isn't as broken as people are making it out to be. Like, if you're a main, you still do whirligigs, you just get, like, slightly less stupid XP rates. Well, not even slightly less. You get way less stupid XP rates, but it's still the, like, most efficient thing you can be doing on a main. But then on Iron, you just go and do other methods, and, I mean, you can do your POF grind while leveling. To get your Chins, you can do decent methods like Salamanders, which seems to be peaking at like 90k XP an hour, which is kind of nuts. Admittedly, this is like a 5-minute time frame, so it's not exactly the most accurate when extrapolated. It does fluctuate, but it goes between like 65k and 85k, which means it's probably somewhere around like 75k. Is Rune Metrics fully free now or still premium locked? Rune Metrics Pro is currently disabled. And then it's going to be made available to everyone for free later in the year. I'm assuming they need to do some back-end work before they can actually make it available to everyone. Because they had some, let's say, scalability issues with it, which was their excuse for it being a paid feature instead of included with membership. So I'm assuming they're either fixing that or they're gonna convert it into a more local system. Yeah, like you don't need your XP rates to be stored on Jagex's server, right? Most of what I think what 80% of what people want from Rune Metrics is literally just the ability to see your XP rates without using all one. And you can do all that locally. You don't need to, what's it called? You don't need to be sending it up to Jagex's servers to see what XP per hour you're getting at Red Sally's, for instance, you know? Because like I'm pretty sure what it was doing before, it was uploading your XP to Jagex's servers and then pulling down the XP per hour from their servers or something stupid like that, rather than just calculating it locally, which is insane. That's probably why they said they'll remove all data. Okay, yeah, they're probably changing it to be a local model then instead. But yeah, the thing is with Rune Metrics, if they're gonna give a plugin API and people are gonna develop, you know, Rune Metrics but not paid, and it's gonna have all the same features but just done locally instead of uploaded to Jagex's servers, then no one's gonna pay for Rune Metrics anyway, right? So there's no point keeping it around as a paid system. You think they aren't going to be as lax as RuneLite? I mean, RuneLite doesn't seem that lax to me. But most of RuneLite's screening process is just making sure that you're not sticking a, what's it called? Sticking a password grabber / bank pin grabber in your plugin. Whereas Jagex might be like, okay, we don't think that's actually a good fit for the game kind of stuff. Thank you very much for the follow, Kuromi. Appreciate that. They still have bots that will hook into their client. Well, I mean, it's because all the like deobfuscation of the Jagex, like the actual RuneScape client was put up on GitHub, right? Which makes it way easier to make bot clients. That's one of the main issues Jagex have had with like RuneLite and stuff. So I don't know if they ended up managing to come to a solution where they didn't need to host that on GitHub, but that would be ideal. Came back to your Ironman a few weeks ago after a 3-year break and are very lost. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean there. It doesn't even take 3 years. You log back into an account and it's like, what was I doing again? You'll get comfortable with it again soon. But welcome back. Because I think was it Sick Nerd that did that on his Iron, where he like came back to RS3 for a bit, played his old Iron and was like, I'm just freaking lost, I'm starting a new one. And he made a new one, and then after a month or so he was like, screw doing all this again, I'm going back to my old Iron now that I'm up to speed with the game again. Am I getting sucked back into old school for Leagues 6? I'll probably check out League 6. There's no reason not to, right? Well, I mean, they could add a reason not to, like dropping an update in RS3 at the same time, but that would be silly, right? Who would do that? Like, who would compete with their own game? That'd be so silly. Blizzard actually kind of had that issue during Battle for Azeroth. They released Classic WoW in the middle of a raid tier, and apparently it just ended up killing a load of guilds that were still progressing the raid, which was funny. Funny but kind of sad. So now they make a point to do like Classic WoW updates offset from like seasons in the main game. So like they give people a good few months to progress the raid, and then they'll drop classic stuff. Classic stuff will last a couple months, and then they'll drop a new season in the main game. WoW is just too fragmented now. Every game mode feels dead most of the time. Honestly, most of the classics like just feel like dead ends. Like they keep starting up new like TBC Anniversary or Hardcore WoW or WoW Season of Discovery, and all of them just end up becoming dead ends. WoW has game modes. It has like seven different. It's had like 7 different iterations of classic WoW. So there's classic WoW progressional, I guess you could call it, which has gone from vanilla, TBC, Wrath, Cataclysm, and is currently on Mr. Pandaria. Then there's classic Season of Discovery, which was kind of like a more of like think WoW but with a PoE kind of spin on it, and where they could try out like weird class ideas that never got added to the main game. Stuff like Warlock tanks, Rogue tanks, Mage healers, all that kind of stuff that never saw the light of day, but people have like said would be cool. So they tried out stuff like that. And they were doing a really decent job of Season of Discovery for the first couple updates, and then they just kind of dropped the ball and it turned into meh, like vanilla, but with some weird classes. And now we have TBC Anniversary, so that's a third version of Classic. Then there's Classic Hardcore, which is vanilla WoW but permadeath. And every time the big guilds in Hardcore, in Classic Hardcore, tried to do a raid, the servers would just get DDoS because people are trying to get them killed. And then they succeeded in getting them all killed, so they all just rage quit. And I think that's about when the old school exodus happened. I'm pretty sure there's another version of Classic right now. Let me turn off screen grab real quick before I accidentally show an email address or something. No, don't update. I don't care about playing Midnight. So there's still a version of just vanilla Classic right now. So you've got permanent vanilla Classic, which I'm assuming is probably dead in the water. So you've got permanent vanilla Classic, Classic Progressional, Classic Season of Discovery, Classic Hardcore. And now Classic Anniversary, which is another run of Classic Progressional, but just called something else. So there's 5 different versions of Classic WoW. Imagine if there were 5 different versions of old school RuneScape. That's what WoW is currently going through. So when people are like, "Oh, you should play Classic instead of you should play Classic WoW instead of Retail WoW." Which one? Classic was the best and worst thing WoW did. Classic was a good PR win, but honestly terrible gameplay. None of the old expansions stand up to the modern age of information. Burning Crusade gets revealed as quite a shallow expansion once you can just read all the information on it. Like, it has some really cool thematic instances like Karazhan and stuff, but it doesn't have much depth beyond that. Wrath was the first, like, very linear seasonal structure, which again, good story because it was just, you know, it was retreading the Warcraft 3 story, but otherwise it was the first iteration of the seasonal approach, and it feels like it. And then Vanilla was just like their first MMO, right? So it has that sort of more casual, friendly, old school MMO vibe to it. But like, if you want an old school MMO, just go play EverQuest, if I'm gonna be honest. But yeah. There's too many versions of Classic. You'll never, like, when it was just the one version of Classic, you at least had all the retail haters in one place. But now there's so many different versions of Classic that even they're debating amongst themselves which one's the real version of Classic, and Classic Mop isn't real Classic because it's too new, even though it's like 13 years old or something. Mop was 2013, right? Pretty sure it was. Was it 2013 or was it like 2011? Archaeology from 77 to 86 gonna take some time. Yep. Archaeology is a grind. I know it's gonna take quite a bit of time, which is why I'm doing stuff like setting up POF before going completely tunnel vision on archaeology. But every day that goes past that I don't do archaeology, I sit there and be like, should I have done archaeology instead? Dragonkin 5 for Dunge tokens was very nice. Does it not scale? Like, ideally, if you want to just grind up to 86, you want to find a spot that has a good, like a good artifact to material combo where the artifacts you're getting from the spot could be restored by the materials you're getting from the same spot. Which is an issue the Centist and Dig Site actually has quite a bit. Every spot needs like nearly 200 soapstone or something insane, but none of the spots give soapstone. I swear it's just a Wyco, what's it called? Wyco tourism scam. Dragonkin 5 has that? Yeah, anytime you go to a new dig site, the first dig spot is usually pretty good. Like the Dragonkin 1 spot at level 90 is incredible. And then there's one in the Zarosian dig site at level 93, I think it is, that drops artifacts and the materials for those artifacts in the correct ratio, which is very, very nice. Also, Dragonkin 5, you're right near a bank. So that might actually be a nice spot to just camp out. There's a Saradomin spot where the Everlight area is, the art. Near a bank and material deposit. It's starting to sound like a very good spot to go. The main thing would be, do you want to change over to doing the 76 spot at Warforge? You have Grace of the Elves since you're a Gim, so you're super laid back? Yeah, I unfortunately. I have to get 86 Archaeology without that if I want to use Gate to get the Divination levels to get Invention. Can you bank the token boxes, or do you just need to open them immediately? Because those token boxes won't give much at 35 TG. I'm pretty sure you can get him Kando before 83. Well, you can't open the forge, but you can get the pieces before 83. Oh, does a T-boost work? But you can't excavate the entry to the forge? Surely that's not 83. That's 7 levels above the dig spot at the start of the Warforge. Surely you can excavate that wall before, or the entryway before that. Like, I know I'm pretty sure you can't get the keys. Because one of the keys comes from the 83 spot. You saw the excavate rubble was 83? That seems so high compared to the, what's it called? The excavation spot right in front of it. I don't know why they would make it such a big... No, you are correct. The barricade can be excavated away with 83 archaeology boostable. So there's a 76 spot followed by 83 to get rid of a barricade. Why are they like this? It's no wonder archaeology is such a mess from like 60 to 90. There's another spot above the 76 spot, is there? I thought it was just the 76 spot, then you go down into the... Oh yeah, Crucible Arena is 76, and then Crucible Stands is 81. They just have quite similar names, so I've never cottoned on to them being different. To be honest, at that point, I don't end up caring about all the individual spots. I just go, I'm 76 archaeology, time to start getting some Tetras. Not looking forward to 87 to 99 arch. I mean, that will at least be better because you'll have the... At least in my case, that'll be better because you have the auto screener and porters by the time I do that bit. But also, once you get 90 archaeology, you get access to the Dragonkin spot, which is super nice. You get access to the Dragonkin spot at 90, which you just do until 93. And then at 93, you go to the Zerosian spot. And the artifacts from the Zerosian spot at 93 give... that you'll get the materials to restore them from the same spot. Which is why I'm also not upgrading my precision at all right now to make archaeology as AFK as possible. But yeah, you basically just hard AFK that spot, restore the artifacts from that, and then you disassemble them for Time Worn components. And then I'll do that until the Dragonkin 2 spot, which is at 101/102. And then the Dragonkin 2 collection is basically as efficient as doing a level 110 spot because of the extra... what's it called? The extra Rex fragments you get from handing in the collection. So that makes getting to 110 not too bad. Yeah. Once you hit 90, archaeology just kind of ramps. It's getting to 90 that's the painful bit. Also getting the auto screener and the Grace the Elves. And porters. Can't forget the porters. You're glad you have Grace the Elves for the 86 grind? I will admit some jealousy. I'm not afraid to admit that. Only 20k XP to go, so we're almost done with Red Sally's actually. Glad you forced one of your teammates to grind 90 invention first. I would have been the teammate grinding invention probably. 84 gets the thieving boost. Oh, what's sticky fingers or? Increases the rate of auto pickpocketing by 50%, but reduces pickpocket XP by 33%. Does that actually work as a... Does that leave the XP the same? Like the XP per hour the same of pickpocketing? Because you're pickpocketing 50% more times? Okay, so it's still the same XP an hour, you just get 50% more stuff. The difference is very noticeable. I mean, it's 50%, I would hope so. Yeah, and then there's Spirit Weaver. Have they tried to make Spirit Weaver seem more attractive by nerfing how many charms we get? There's absolutely no chance I'm using Spirit Weaver, by the way. The amount it will slow down summoning training just to be a bit more charm efficient is nowhere near worth it. It's great to AFK. The problem is just summoning is so quick that turning it into another AFK training skill is not really that attractive. Like, I've got so many AFK skills to do already. I don't really need another one. If anything, I want more like active and fast ones. Like, the amount of options you have for stuff to do during AFK/downtime now is kind of... I was about to say kind of overwhelming, but it's just there's a lot of options. It's a shame that mining isn't a very good AFK nowadays. Like, specifically meaning at the current point of the account. Mining is currently a... currently something I would debate just 4-ticking to get done as quickly as possible. Because the amount of attention you need to pay to keep your stamina up is a lot. It almost turns it into a fully active method. There isn't really a good way to AFK it without access to Juju potions. Mining and woodcutting needs an XP per hour boost at higher levels. I can't speak for woodcutting because I've never trained that at like past 99. Mining seems fine considering, like, by the time you're training past 99, you're doing it super AFK. Ah, we can get Death Ward on the way to 86 archaeology. We could also technically get pharmacology. I wonder if that's worth it. Ooh. I swear I'm awake. Woodcut can go up to like 900k XP an hour at Golden Bamboo with contracts in the log splitting scrimshaw. How do means get access to so many dang scrimshaws? There's no way people are doing ports that much to make so many. Just remind you need to go do your ports. Have fun. I'll unlock ports when we end up doing the thieving. And that point I'll probably start caring about it. But beyond getting the scrimshaws for the what's it called? Beyond getting the scrimshaws for the best in slot rings and their enchantments, I'm not that fussed about ports. He's been doing ports every day for the last 3 years. That sounds miserable. Poor dude. You actually enjoy it? It's fun? I envy you. I just can't find ports fun. You hated it at first, now you find it fun after doing it for comp rec? At the point where voyages take 9 hours, it's easy to just jump on and do it. It just feels like a distraction to me. Like, I guess it is supposed to be a D&D, so maybe that's... Yeah, like early on, it's like super micromanagey. like, actually, I guess that's kind of what turns me off about it. Early on, it's super micromanagey, and you aren't really getting much out of it. I'm assuming once that kind of weans off. I think the other account got to Jade. I'm pretty sure. It's just one of those things where, like, it seems to want to have enough complexity to engage you, but it doesn't feel like it's worth ingesting all the complexity, because you'll ingest it all, figure out what the best thing to do is, then check your ships, get 200 cherry wood, realize you can't do any of what you just thought about, and then go away and forget it all. I don't know, it just doesn't stick with me. I end up getting really disengaged by it. Also, the fact that I basically needed to farm the lifeboats for it at that one point, which is like a random day-long How did I get them again? I was grinding some currency to trade in for chances of them. Was it DG tokens? It was probably DG tokens. Oh yeah, and then the fact that when you go to a new region, you need to upgrade all your crew members. But when you swap out the old crew members for the new crew members, they're terrible until they've done a few voyages. Because they like they at level 0/1, they're worse than the previous guys at level 6 or whatever. And also they're expensive, so it takes a while to replace them. So you end up like taking a while to replace them, and then you have to level them up. And then you can start doing the better missions in the new zone. But then you're coming close to unlocking the next zone already, so you have to replace them again, level them up again. I'd say maybe it does get better when you get to the later zones, but it takes so dang long to get to them that I got the bones I needed for the Scrimshaws and was out. Can I catch that gourmet impling yet? Wait, where did it go? Oh, it just flew into the mountain. Oh, one alert box doesn't want to work on the classic overlay. Which part of it's broken? I'm using the classic UI and alt one's working okay. Doesn't want to find the chat. Oh, okay. It doesn't work with the new chat layout. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, unfortunately, this chat box is just way better than the other one, so Alt 1 better start supporting it. I guess it doesn't even need to support it. The official plugin API will deprecate Alt 1. Actually, it might not. It might deprecate Alt 1, but Alt 1 might end up being the place to go for overlays that Jagex won't approve as plugins. You wish they said API before. I mean, if they said before summer, they would have been lying. Like they've at the start of the year they put out a call for like developers of like game plugins and mods and stuff to actually get in touch and work with Jagex on the requirements for the API. So they're taking their time to do it properly, I think. A mere 2.8k XP to go. This was about the perfect time to be doing red sallies. I'm bored of them now, but I'm almost done. And then it's back to box trapping. Try and spoon another chin this time. Just wish we had idle notifier or quest helper. Yeah, I was about to say we kind of have an idle notifier, but not really. You can set up a logout timer that resets when you click the game. Wait, what? Someone said you just have a cheap day in the G. What is a cheap day? Is that when you go to the supermarket and all the sales are on? So you get cheap steaks? Because that's a great day. Also, how many people are molding about the G getting more informational? Oh, that's a good point. I read the GE blog that they released a couple days ago. It sounds like they very much are not sure what a better version of the GE should look like yet. So I'm assuming that's going to need quite a bit of time in the oven. Why would you put this dead tree in my way? Keeps eating my clicks. You haven't used the GE for years? I mean, I used it recently and it's kind of... I don't know. People say that the GE needs fixing, but whenever I end up hearing that, it's like, oh, because I can't buy anything on it. And it's like... If players aren't selling items, that's not because the GE sucks. That's because players aren't selling items. Like, there are issues with the GE. The fact that there aren't every single niche item in the game on it is not one of them. And Jesus Christ, these click boxes. Okay, 63 Hunter. Let's go get our box traps. Oh, I managed to lose 2 box traps when I was doing grays. The only people that are mad about fixing the GE are scammers like Ellie. Yeah, pretty much. Fixing the GE is basically just making it, like, so that getting information about it is not, like, pulling teeth. Also, I'm going to go check my POF before we start on Red Chins. I have 2 vanilla cows. Damn it. I already have a dupe vanilla cow. So I can sell one of them. Yes, they give vanilla flavored milk. I have an evil bunny. Wait, is Surly the one that breeds quicker? Oh, no, it's just unpleasant. How many beans are we even at? 206? Oh dear. That's why we gotta get on fixing the chins. The chin situation. Can you get a strawberry cow? Yes, there are vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry cows. There's also a Harlequin cow, which, if I'm gonna be honest, it should be called the Neapolitan cow. But I'm assuming Harlequin has other meaning. Is this the correct spot? Carnivorous Chinchompa. Show me the spawn locations. So there's a load there. 3 3. This is the spot to go, surely. Right here. Does RS3 have the diary locked private area? It does not. No. Oh god, that... Okay, that's horrendous. I'm not going that way. Ah, we've already had 2 traps. Free traps! Taken out by chins. First red chin? First POF chin? Nope. Can you free tick chins? You can tick Manip Hunter and RS3, but you need the Hunter cape to do it. The Hunter skill cape has a use on it that causes you to place your next trap quicker. So the way you do tick manip in RS3 is you get the hunter cape, and then you use the hunter cape, you place the trap, you etc. etc. So it was the way of making like tick manip an officially supported method instead of just a bug. Whereas old school's just gone very much the way of, you know. Can't you do the shield with no prayer perk? And spam activate prayer and it cancels the same tick because you can't enable. Oh, what, the anti-theism? That might still be a thing? I can't do that because I don't have invention to get the perk. That would be about the only use for that perk in the entire game. But all RuneScape players love to bug abuse. These are hamsters, sir. You know what? I deserve you destroying all my traps for what I just said. Why are you guys just stuck over here? Are they blocked by this fern from coming down here? I should have set the traps up over there. As much as this is a horrendous slant, it's closer to their spawns. The XP per hour here is probably gonna suck compared to what's it called? Compared to Red Sally's. But we now have the chance of getting a red chin for our POF. Going for BGH? Nope, just going for POF animals at the moment. I got 2 grey chins from doing them at level 53. Unfortunately, they were both male, so I still need to get a female chin chomper. And then I can replace the rabbits with chins. Also, I should go get a charge bow and have a decent range weapon to actually kill these, because the necromancy weapons are 6 tile range instead of... Oh my god, all of that is blocking. The amount of terrain in the Feldip Hills area that is now blocking, since they like graphically spiced it up a bit, is kind of nuts. Like, if they were gonna touch up on this area, I'd say like all the decorative stuff, just make sure it doesn't block pathing. Yeah, you have to time that right or it doesn't do anything. You seem stuck. Those two are probably just forever on that side of the material caches. Wait, this one material cache that's outside of the area of those three where you have to run all the way around to get to it? That's cruel. Also, it seems like chins get stuck in here real bad. Like, just down there. Wouldn't it be better to put all the traps around a single spawn to force the chin to go into a trap at least twice? I don't think that's how trap attraction works. It's not walking over the tile the trap's on, right? It's just when they are within a range of the trap, they have a chance to go into it. Takes a while for the chins to get attracted to a trap. Which spawn can we put them around? I mean, there's a spawn literally right next to these ones. We'll put one here and see if these two end up picking up this chin consistently. I guess technically this spawn would be the best one to put it around, since it's also near these other spawns. I think that spawn is actually directly under that trap. I mean, I can test that. Like, if I were to put the traps on these 4 tiles. And we can see if there's a bias to it immediately going into traps as soon as it spawns. Wait, is it blocked by traps? Like, can it not path through them? I thought they could. Okay, apparently when a Chinchompa spawns, it just goes on a freaking rampage. The heck? How the heck do you... Okay, it can path out of the traps. It just seems to immediately, as soon as it spawns, roll a check to get attracted by traps. How on earth do you find this out? And why didn't you tell me when I was doing the Grachins? Well, I guess I have to kill him when he runs away. I do know it now? Yeah, but I caught 700 odd Grachins without Did I catch any more animals yesterday? Not yesterday, but this morning before stream when I was having breakfast, I was doing some more Grachins, and we got a second Grachin. So we now have two Grachins for the POF. Are Whirligigs no good for Hunter anymore? They're good XP on a main, but on an Iron, unless you have the flowers already or you want to get the flowers for farming XP, it's not worth the time spent gathering the flowers. Also, I don't think it's worth the intensity. Red Sally's is way more chill and much better XP. Admittedly, Red Sally's are 59, not 30. But yeah, they need to make it so getting flowers is less garbage. And then Whirligigs will be fine. Actually, make it so two things would massively help Whirligigs. Make it so getting flowers doesn't suck beans, and make it so that when you're stacking Whirligigs, there's no fail chance. Just if you click the Whirligig, it stacks. And that will massively reduce the APM of the method. Because instead of like spam clicking constantly, you'll just click each one that you're stacking once. And it'll massively help the RSI of inducing the RSI inducement rate of the method. If they do those two things, then Whirligigs are would still be good. They're good since you can rapid growth twice a day. By the time you have rapid growth, you no longer care about the XP rate of Whirligigs. Like, at the point you have the Master Farmer outfit, if you still care about the XP rate of Whirligigs, then I assume you're going for 200 mil. At which point, good luck. That doesn't work anymore, fetch it. They made it so the ones you stack give 25% of the XP compared to the one that eats the flower. Or the one the croc eats. So you can do that and not use up flowers, but the XP rate will be atrocious. So it definitely won't be worth the RSI anymore. No, you get back here. The catch rate of red chins is depressing. However, the XP rate now that Jenk has taught me how to do this properly is a lot better. Man, it'd be nice if I could tag the one that spawns specifically here. RS Freelite when? Later this year. Yeah, this would have been incredible if I'd known this at the Grey Chins, instead of setting up all my traps between all the spawns. You despawned! He vanished, and I was like, ah, he's in the trap. And then he just reappeared after the animation. Big scam. Can you stop just trashing all my traps and getting one of them, please? Thank you. You know what? They should do the same thing with box traps that they did with bird snares and just buff the initial catch rates. Like I know that I'm sitting at 75k XP an hour, which is considered. Oh, is that a good method at this point? I mean, it's basically as much XP as Red Sally's. So I guess it's a good method. But would you be happy doing 75k an hour all the way to BGH? Okay, I like how as soon as I say the number, it starts dropping because no chins are getting in the boxes anymore. Okay, where's the chin that spawned in the middle of these? Oh, SRS Wiki would say red chins till 80-ish. At least at 75, we get access to BGH, which is going to be way better than this. Admittedly, we need raw fish, like sharks and manta rays and sailfish, before we can do BGH, but that's a problem for future me. Actually, I guess raw sharks wouldn't be that bad. We could use the chests in Ardy. Could temple trek for sharks? Yeah, I guess that's a decent reward from temple trekking. Although I'd probably take bowstrings from temple trekking when we get to that. On your CGIM, favorite shark fishing spot was God Wars 2? Ah, yes, Hellware. We are acquainted. Also, that Twitch name is still cursed. Like, I only just figured out how to say Mechanars, and now you've added more to it. I have no idea which one of these chins is the one that spawns in the middle of these traps. Which means, naturally, the only way to deal with that problem is to just kill all of them until one spawns there. It's you, isn't it? The ability to tag mobs would be hugely appreciated. If he runs away, we just kill him. Or he just walks away anyway. And the roaming range on chins is insane. I'm pretty sure that was the one that spawns here. It walked underneath another chin at some point, so I may have killed the wrong one of those two. I hear Doris Boofs. I hear Doris Boofs. I'm gonna go open the door for Doris. Everyone say hello to Small Pom. Did you get a teddy bear cut this time? Did you just let her do whatever she wanted, or were there any requests?
Huh?
Did you let her just do whatever she wanted, or were there requests?
No, that's... Sweet. Doris carrying a bunch of cans.
Did Doris make you run?
No. It was very heavy upstairs.
Look at that tail go.
That's the usual.
Is this your usual haircut?
Yes, that's the usual.
Boop. That's a nice breeze from the tail. Doris.
Where's your ears? Let me see your ears. Did you have fun? There we go.
Yeah, did you have fun?
You gave Joe your tail this time.
Yeah, the ears aren't that clean. We can trim those up ourselves. But the tail is... Look at the tail, that's fabulous. Is it time for your... Is it time for your treats?
Oh.
Yeah. Is it time for your treats?
You have some treats with Daddy?
Yeah.
Oh, you've still got your racing stripe.
She still has her Zuby stripe, yep. Hi, Paw. Sharp nails. You have sharp claws now, don't you?
You were a good girl again.
Yeah, were you a good girl for Joe?
Yep. She even said, I wish more dogs were like her. It made my life so much easier.
Yeah, you a good girl. Yeah. She's such a different dog now, isn't she? Although I do see the bit there that we're gonna need to do. The thing is, you're well behaved until you get fidgety.
Until you get
And then
fed up.
and then the fidgets don't stop. Not such a chonker anymore. I know, look, she's so small. So small, aren't you?
Good girl.
Oh.
Good girl.
Good girl. You want more?
Is the Pope Catholic?
Of course you want more. Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul.
Good girl.
First, look this way.
She was even good in the car. She laid down.
Good girl. Yeah, let's give you a couple more treats. You can thank Yomi for the treats today. Oh. Yeah. Oh, gun.
Look what Mummy got! Yeah!
Ah, you got the pizza. I'm assuming you want that today then. Okay. Oh yeah, I should probably put the game back on at some point.
I've got something specifically for you.
Oh?
Yes. But you've got to let me try a bit.
Gig got me this. It's Viking berry flavor monster. What is a... How do you define Viking berries?
Surely that's lingonberry.
Yeah? Did Doris share the pillow today?
It's not bedtime yet, so we
Well,
don't
there you
know.
go. Try a bit. I did see that the other day in the shop, but I was like, she won't want to try that. It's Monster.
That's actually alright.
Strong. Can smell it from here.
That's probably the only Monster I'll ever drink.
I mean, it's one of their juiced ones, which aren't as... What's it called? They don't taste as much like drinking battery acid. Share? I shared with Gig.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't share with Doris. I don't want to kill her.
And I got you some more dinners. I did.
Doris got some more dinners.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I got a bunch of like chopped tomatoes and stuff, pasta sauces. Got some more garlic granules and onion powder. Or onion granules, really. What else did I get? I got some of their reduced deli meat again. Got ham and beef.
Ah.
And I got buns, so if we do want burgers, then we've got buns today.
Nice. Do you have a preference on what we have today?
No preference. Actually, probably the pizza tomorrow because we're going to have Donald's.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, probably the burgers.
Isn't she being such a good girl?
Always.
She's such a good girl. Also, she has quite the pattern on her back.
I know.
It's more than just the stripe. She's got, like, a cross. She's the Holy Pom.
The Crusades! Yeah! Good girl.
Are you the Holy Pom?
Mother.
Wait.
The mother, the father, the Holy Pom.
It doesn't quite go up here, does it? I was gonna say, do you have a Star of Saradomin on your back? But no. Good girl.
Mother,
Would
you're
you-
the father, and she's... Do we get you some ice packs?
She's a good girl. Do you want to go cool down? Yeah?
Probably shattered.
Yeah, you're gonna go have a nap on your ice packs. Yeah. Does that sound good? Although you've now gone dead weight in my arm. Which means, are you planning to just stay here? No, you want to go with Mummy? Yeah? Go on then. Go with Mummy. The floof is ever so slightly less floof today. Don't worry, it'll be back in a couple weeks. She'll wake up and sneeze one morning and she'll just have grown it all back. Also, I don't know what I think about the Viking berry monster. That is...
You don't like it?
I don't know what I think about it yet. It's not as good as Aussie Lemonade. That one is still king. Welcome back, Perry. Unfortunately, you just missed Doris. Doris! Doris! Doris, come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Doris, come here. Nope, she's... You just miss shooting stars too? Bad day for Perry. See, this is why we got to get rid of time-pressured events. Perry just got punished for going shopping, which is a chore he has to do. I need to now figure out which one of these chins was the one that spawns here. I'm assuming it's this one that's just kind of... No, it was the one that was already in the trap.
I also got myself some 7-up cherries.
Okay. I need a longer range weapon.
How's it coming, mouse? How's it coming?
Now, the question is, do you want to surround one spawn, or do you want as many spawns to be adjacent to a box as possible? Also, Doris smells lovely now after her groom. Doris smells lovely after her groom. One spawn? With 5 traps, you can just put the 5th trap wherever. By the time we have 5 traps, I'll be doing BGH instead of this. Which reminds me, I need to check my, I need to check on Anachronia today. Also, I haven't done Herbie Werby this week. So that could be some Herblore XP when we go for that. Oh, that wasn't... Oh, okay. The chin I just caught is the one that spawns here. I so wish I could just tag this guy. What's more important, killing a runaway chin or replacing my traps? Also, I don't know how old school has done click boxes so much better on chins than we have. But clicking these guys is a nightmare. Does anyone know if RS3 has the same thing as old school, where if you stand under a trap, it has a 0% catch rate? I don't see how you ever end up under a placed trap, like, unintentionally, but... Yes, we do have. One thing you've always done for box traps is just make a line rather than an X. Well, it's not really an X, it's just a box around one of the chin spawns. Because they seem to check for walking into a trap almost immediately after spawning, which I didn't know about until today. Doesn't actually, like, block him in. It just... He spawns and then rolls against all 4 traps immediately, it seems. And it seems like pretty high chance of just going into one of them. Which is such a weird, like... Such a weird timing for it. Especially considering how infrequently they actually seem to get baited by traps otherwise. I'm assuming the reason it works that way is just because of how, like, it must immediately check all of them on spawn. Whereas if you don't bait the traps, then they don't check very often. Yeah, it seems like literally every time he spawns, he will at least hit 1 trap. Sometimes doesn't hit any, but then you just kill him and start it again. Yeah, killing the chin, if it runs away, is the highest priority. Then replacing your traps. Also, I think the respawn timer starts as soon as the chin ends up in the box trap, rather than when you check it. So I don't think there's any rush to check before resetting traps. I don't know which one of those two was the freshly spawned one. I don't know what the reasoning behind the X pattern is. This box is specifically for... Oh, wait, no, that makes sense. If you have 0% catch rate while you stand under a trap, then doing a box or an X means that when you place a trap and you walk out from under it, you don't then walk into another trap. That'll be why you do an X. Yo, morning, Johnny. Wait, your name's not Johnny. I've been reading that wrong this whole time. I just dropped the B in the middle. No, get back here, Chin. Also, do you think they chose crimson as the color for chin chompers because of the crimson chin? I guess these aren't crimson there. Crimson are the skilling ones, aren't they? Also, not having 2-tick weapons is kind of sad. Now that I think about it. Because everything's going to be a 3-tick weapon going forward, isn't it? Or are they not? Are they not reverting? Or are they sticking with the separate auto attack timings for dual wield versus two hand? You have no idea how the auto attacks worked? The version of the beta I played, dual wield would the auto attack on a dual wield setup would only trigger a 2-tick global cooldown instead of a 3-tick one, which doesn't make sense because the global cooldown should be consistent no matter what. But I guess if you want, what's it called? If you want auto attacks to work with abilities, then your auto attack cooldown needs to be a global cooldown. Also, something weird. Something I found surprising about like when I was talking to Techie about how RuneScape's combat's changing, is he ended up saying, "Oh, I kind of, feel like auto attack should just work like they do for warriors in WoW." And the funny thing is that auto attacks in WoW are completely like separate from using abilities. You have a separate swing timer that checks whether you auto attack or not. So he kind of for auto attacks shouldn't be changed, and they should work how they were before. But the main difference between the two games is that in RS3, using an ability resets your auto attack timer, whereas in WoW, it doesn't reset your swing timer. So imagine if when you were using abilities, you were just auto-attacking at your weapon's auto-attack rate. And it was just uninterrupted by the fact that you're using abilities. That'd make the Gloomfire bow freaking insane. It'd also completely plummet your arrow supply. You know, I just had a thought about, like, you know how there's always a bunch of calls for bad luck mitigation when it comes to log completion and stuff, and how realistically that's a silly prospect because it would basically make someone who gets the good drop first just not ever go back to the boss. Thank you, Twitchhead, for having a caption saying captions not needed. There is no. But yeah, I was thinking, like, oh, is there a reason for something like that to exist for POF, where like the first two animals you check of a type are always like guaranteed male then female? But then thinking about it, isn't the reason that you get like random traits and all that kind of stuff to incentivize trading of animals with other people? Like, they want that situation where you go to someone, oh, I've got 2 males, you've got 2 females, can we trade so we both have a breeding pair? Was that the one that spawns here, or have I lost him? I think we've lost him. Which unfortunately means that all the chins have to die until he respawns. God, that little guy was on a rampage. Feel like it wasn't the intention, but a happy coincidence. It seems like the kind of thing Jagex would aim for. Not saying that in like a bad way. The game should incentivize player-to-player interaction. It is an MMO after all. You think a lot of places should work like the Moon's drop table in old school? Randomly get one item you haven't received yet until you have the log, and then full. And then random pieces? I don't know. I'm not that big a fan of it. Like, I guess specifically for weapon pieces, it makes sense because if you get, like, the weapon pieces are typically very rare, and if you get free weapon pieces, you should be able to make the weapon. So that bit I get. And maybe, I guess QBD kind of dodged that on the basis of her drops are so common that going dry on a royal crossbow is like +1 hour of killing QBD rather than +3 days of killing Carapac or something. Verd's gonna say it should exist for Razio. It does exist for Razio for him, doesn't it? I saw his log. He had like one of every item except the boots and the Omniguard. Razio is supposed to be the introduction to bossing for players who play Necromancy. So it being pain and suffering to complete the log is perfectly on theme. Ask about his mittens. Does he have many mittens now? Three pairs as of this morning? You know what, considering the rest of your log, it's the least fortunate item to get so many of, but That's a name I've not seen in a while. How are you doing, witch hunting? Yeah, free pairs of gloves is probably the worst item to get free pairs of, but it's. I mean, you have 4 pieces of first necromancer in like 200 KC or something, right? Like you had both augmentable pieces before 100 KC. The log's gotta balance out. I am doing good as well, thank you. Also, what's with all the dragon simmy icons in Twitch? I've seen a few people with it now. From the RuneFest time? OSRS had a promo 2 months ago where if you sub to mostly any OSRS streamer, you'd get the badge. Fair enough. You had a 5kc robe top, 80kc leggings, and got your first lantern at 150kc. Ban this guy. You want to know the worst thing? Verdom's been sad because he can't complain about Raziel drops. It's like, because you have them. Surely that's the better outcome. You're not allowed to complain about drops, period? Oh yeah, you're sub 200 KC for Soa, right, yeah. I lost the one that spawns here again. I have to have my camera so dang zoomed in to click the boxes accurately. Because I can't click for shit. The Chin's success chance increased with the changes? Nope. They made it so you can catch multiple gray and red chins with agility levels, but I don't have enough agility levels for that. There's at least there was at least a change to the player-owned farm reputation that means we have a 20% increased chance of getting a POF animal. He's gonna come to Zammy later and get a book first kill. He's just gonna get the bulk piece immediately. And if you're not high enough in rage for that, he'll get a what's it called, a piece of vestments. But yeah, they changed the first farming reputation unlock from a 4th spirit tree seed at 114 farming, which, let's be honest, was a stupid first unlock. But they changed it from that to a 20% buff to getting unchecked animals. With the book, he gets an upgrade. Wait, isn't the book just laziness factor for planted feet? Yeah, you want to get apprentice farmer before you start farming POF animals. Yeah, it's permanent planted feet, or you could get a chaos roar. Chaos roar would be fun. Don't forget you leached a double Durzag run when you still only had 1 defense and got spooned a codex. Yeah, I remember that. Your RNG is cracked. Your account is broken, is what it is. I'm reporting it. Yeah, permanent planted feet isn't technically a DPS upgrade, it's just a laziness upgrade. Which, to be fair, is in some situations a DPS upgrade, because no one's bothering with planted feet, sorry, when doing Slayer, right? You think that existed at some point before, just moved up? I don't think getting a higher rate of unchecked animals was ever in the tree. Because they specifically removed the spirit tree unlock from farming reputation and replaced it with that. So the only thing you need for the 4th spirit tree now is 114 farming. You don't need any rep. Hi, Doris. Hi, Bubba. What you doing? Do you want up? Nope, you don't. In her room she goes. I lost the chin, didn't I? Is it this one? Excited for old school leagues? I don't really have any hype for it because I'm not really playing old school, but I'll probably check it out because why not? I mean, the reason why not would just be like if we're busy on the RS3 account and doing something I didn't want to disrupt, but leagues is leagues. It's fun. How do I keep losing chins like this? Also, I wish they would buff the catch rate and attraction rate of chins. The fact I have to do this with like chasing this guy and killing him when he runs away is not ideal in my opinion. Roam radius should be smaller, or maybe the like attraction radius of the boxes should be larger. That's what they did for the bird snares. Although I didn't really notice much of a change with the bird snares. Because even though the attraction radius was higher, I'm assuming the rate at which they check for whether or not they land on a bird snare is still the same. Yeah, it's weird because chins seem to be checking every box trap they spawn near, basically, when they spawn. So, like, if one of them spawns next to 4 box traps, there's a chance he'll just run into all of them. Which is weird. But at least it's gameable. My poor throat. It'd be nice if age oldest go there first. If age oldest go. What? So it always went for the most recent or least recently placed box? Why would I? I don't know why an animal would choose to do that. Honestly, I don't know why they're going into these unbaited box traps to begin with, if I'm being honest. Well, we're over 300 red chins, so we were luckier on the grades than the red so far. But surely soon is a female red chin, I believe. Ugh. Ugh. Hopefully I don't kill my voice today. That would be not fun. At some point, I do need to make a decision what I'm gonna catch all the way to 75, because I'm hoping I'm not gonna be at Red Chins all the way to 75. That would be worst case scenario. Did you just wreck all of the traps, you little? Yeah, one thing I will say about RS3 compared to old school is we definitely have a lot more blocking actions. Like, there's a lot more animations or actions your character can take that will cause you to input a dead click. Like, if you're placing a box in old school and you click to attack a chin, you will just attack the chin after you finish placing the box. But in RS3, you don't. Unless it's literally, like, in the last tick of placing the box, it seems. I don't know if there's a way we can improve that, because that would help a lot with the game feel, especially for old school players who will notice the difference between the two games. Because everyone says, like, oh, the game's laggy or unresponsive and all that kind of stuff, and it's not lag, it's mostly just animation. Animation stalling, is that the right word? I think animation stalling is the phrase I'm looking for. You got the 20% boost now, you caught 260 without. Yeah, it's unfortunate. At least you know about it now. Ugh. Yeah, my throat is not surviving the day at this rate. Hmm? Ah. Yeah, my throat's dying. What do you mean you're not surprised? In what way?
You've practically been streaming non-stop.
Well, yeah.
So, I'm losing my voice after streaming for almost a week. No shit, Sherlock. Wow! It's the consequences of my actions. Oh no!
I'm sensing no sympathy here.
No. Hi, gorgeous girl.
Did she say no shirt, Sherlock? It wasn't shirt, but...
No shit, Sherlock.
Is that... No, it's not an old school reference. It's a Sherlock Holmes reference.
Sherlock Holmes is old school. The fuck are you on about?
No, you're talking about old school RuneScape. That's what Sherlock says in OSRS? Because it's a... Yes, because it's referencing. A lot of things in RuneScape are pop culture references. Are you done taking the piss yet?
on, Doris.
Doris. Hey yo, my baby. I wonder if inhaling some of your fluff is what set me off.
Daddy.
It's a pom.
Daddy. Yeah.
Think you'll message Doris that the pillow is free game? Chat believes in pillow for Doris.
My pillow. She has a caterpillar that she sleeps on. A caterpillar, 3 blankets. So, 3, 4, 5 or 6 blankets.
She's a very comfy pom.
Yeah. So, a caterpillar, 5 or 6 blankets, the cooling pad, and ice packs. She goes to sleep.
Not 6 or 7 blankets? I mean, she's only so big. Gig stormed off. Apparently Gig did not appreciate the sass. So are we doing a Pokemon Winds and Waves stream on release? So we can do the Doris run. We have to do the dog team, right? It's a very fire-heavy team, so I guess we could make it a monotype run as well. Because you'd have Arcanine, you'd have Houndoom, you'd have the new Doris. Two Arcanine, Houndoom, Mightyena, and Doris. There's still a 6th spot. Also, what do we think the second type of the fire starter is going to end up being? I swear to God, if it stands on 2 legs and gets fighting type, I'm done.
I've already made my puppy.
Oh?
As if they've got all the puppies though.
You can just bring them in from Pokemon Home, no?
That's effort. There'll be Combine, Mastiff, Revard, Rockruff, Yamper, and Fido. That's our lineup, Doris.
That was a lot of puppies.
All puppies.
Unfortunately, I like all the fire puppies.
Yes.
So I guess I have to be a fire type trainer. Also, that's really cute.
Go your daddy.
You're cuddling my arm. You okay, Papa? Yeah. Did you enjoy your groom? Did you enjoy your haircut? You look so different with short hair. You look like a completely different Pom. But we know you're still Doris. Yes, we do. Who's a good girl? I know I can't complain about luck when it comes to chins after getting so lucky at the grey chins. But I do want to get the red chin and move on. I'd rather not be here for too long if we can help it. Depending on what you want, you can get a lot of dog-like mons with different types. If you count Lucario, I don't think I would count Lucario. Hey, Bubba. Also, yeah, Fire Rock for Hisui and Arcanine is actually sick typing. Also, Houndoom is one of my favorites. When I played Omega Ruby, I had a Houndoom on my team. And he was like my go-to Mega. You sleepy. You look sleepy. Yeah. Are you all worn out? Yeah, should I put you down so you can go to bed? Yeah. You want to get down, go to bed? Come on in. Never mind, you wanted cuddles. Also, where'd the chin go again? Ugh. Which generation was Lycanroc? Seven, Alola. Okay, that'd be why I haven't played Sun and Moon. Well, I played like the first couple hours of Sun and Moon. That was it. Yes, I love you too, Doris. This is genuinely one of those moments where I can't be mad because I'm currently very ahead on rates for POF animals. Like, I don't think I've even caught 100. I don't think I've even caught 1200 chins yet, let alone 2400, and I've got two 2 POF animals. I'm just really hoping I don't have to go past 2400 to see the third one, you know? Does RS3 have black chins? I think we're getting them in Havenhive? You want some belly wobs? There you go, Bubba. If they don't require forced PvP, you're making a Reddit post? There's no forced PvP in RS3 anymore. Get with the times, old man. $67 Hunter required? That's Black Salamanders. Skull? Yeah, we've revolted against the skull. Skull is bad. It was funny they were trying to figure out a way to not just delete the Chaos Altar. And the fact that Skull was the only thing they came up with and it took us all of like 5 minutes to go, hey, what about the achievement diary? Was kind of concerning. I'm assuming the achievement diary just isn't on their radar because it's not something that's really been touched apart from the Underworld diary. I swear to God, I can't click these chins for shit, and I swear it's not just me being bad, I swear it's the click box. Not sure why you have the Chaos Altar in such low level wieldy, because they're different Chaos Altars. Like you have an altar in the same place. It's just not the like it doesn't have the bone saving that the one in the top end of the wieldy does. I don't know if it gives bonus XP either. As a way to train prayer, you have it so good. No, not anymore. Also, your one is literally right next to the teleport location of the burning amulet. Like it only sucks to use on an iron. You mean the PvP hotspot? I mean, the whole place is a PvP. Well, I say PvP. It's PKing. There's no verses there. It's just PKing. PK versus Pinata? Yeah, but then honestly, when I used the Wildy Altar on my main, they literally take so long to kill you that you could use up your entire inventory of bones while being attacked. And then they get nothing. And all they've achieved is sending you back to Lumbridge to bank quicker. I think the spawn has gone wanders again. Actually, I'm guessing it's you based on where you just wandered through. And losing track of a spawn of a chin is actual disaster. I have no idea which chin was the one that spawned here. Like, it's clearly buzzed off somewhere. I just have no idea where to go and kill it. Like, is it this one over here? This seems too far. If only we had NPC tagging. It would be nice, wouldn't it? You have very sharp claws right now, and you're digging one into my belly. Is there something I can help you with? Or you just press harder. That works too, I guess. Oh. Yara's free chat is so silent since your game is not in a clan? Is that a problem? Yes, Doris? Come on in. Do you want to get down? Do you want to get down or do you want cuddles? You seem to be enjoying the cuddles, so I'm assuming this. You're used to old school clan chats? I mean, our larger clans are talkative as well. Our clan's a bit on the smaller side. I cannot click a chin chomper for. Go on in. Nope. Make your decision. Do you want to get down or do you want cuddles? You can't have both. That's not how this works. I cannot put you down and still cuddle you. So let me know which one you want. Is it cuddles or down? Wish there was a perk for RS3 that made the time sprites not move. Just ignore them. I guess if you're a main, maybe you care about them more, but on an iron, there's barely any reason to care about the time sprite. In fact, on an iron, you care so little about getting artifacts compared to getting materials. I don't even get the material, or I don't even unlock the Mattock precision upgrades on an Iron Man. I just save the crow notes. It does give artifacts faster, but you won't get the materials to repair them any quicker. Oh yeah, with the accumulator thing that stops you falling below 40%. Do you want to go get a drink, Bubba? That sounded a little raspy. Do you want to go get a drink? Yeah? Go on then, go get a drink. Yes, I love you and I will still be here. You need to go get a drink. Gammon engines. Let's get this grind done with. Once again, I have no idea which Chin is the one that's supposed to be respawning here, so I'll be killing all of them. I'm gonna hope it was that one. But if not, I'm guessing it's that one. Oh no, it was the one that just went in trap. Wait, we've been live for 3.5 hours and we're still doing Hunter. There was a world where I started stream and I checked those chins. And we went straight on to other things. It's not this world. But I was a 50-50 roll away from it. Come on, please let me get this chin. If I get 67 Hunter, then at least I have the level for the, what's it called? For the Wildy Diary, and I guess for Black Salamanders as well. So I guess getting 67 Hunter here wouldn't be the worst thing. It's longer than I would like to be doing this. But RNG be like that. Although I still haven't caught. Actually, I think I'm over 1,200 chins caught between the two types now. So I've hit the rate for a single POF animal, and I have 2, so I still can't complain. I guess maybe I feel that one POF animal every 10 hours is too infrequent. That's not the rate we're at. Should you get the full arch outfit or the auto screener first? The auto screener, in my opinion. Nope. Kill the chin. Welcome back, Barfrin. Had to pop in for Chev's charity stream. I forgot that was today. Yo, what's up, Kevin? Also, can tell it's closing in on dinner time. My stomach is angry. Just got 99 smithing and mining today. Huge. Man, my scare with my fruit has got me quiet now. I would prefer not to lose my voice. That would suck. Range, dung, runecrafting, div, and farming left till you max? I'm surprised about some of those, actually, I will admit. You hate that you get so much soil when it fills up the soil box so fast? Yeah, it gets old quick. It feels like a slap in the face that you have to spend crow-notes to buy a bigger soil box. The heck? You little... Just ate like 3 traps in a single tick. Please, can we do something about chins? Increase the catch rate, nerf the XP if you have to, but they're insanely frustrating. I swear to God. I have rebuilt these box traps like 3 times now since I last got a chin. Like, look at that gap in XP. And it's not even that I wasn't doing anything, it's just they keep failing The traps keep failing. What was the voice scare? My voice just started going. Also, all of the chins have just like screwed off over here. I have no idea which one's which. My God, this. Oh. How is the XP from chins? Really inconsistent. When it's going well, like 70 to 80k. When it's going badly, I mean, the XP tracker speaks for that right now. Like, I don't know what happened. My success rate just seems to have randomly plummeted into the ground. Like, the chins are going up to the traps, but they're all failing, and I don't know why. Like, I've caught 4 chins in the last, like, 3 minutes. And it's not like I'm just standing here not doing anything. I'm repairing all the traps they keep breaking. Isn't there something you can get that increases success rate? I mean, there's probably a few things. Hunter levels being a big one. A familiar that I don't have the summoning level for. Their base success rate is just really quite low if you don't have a load of boosts. It's kind of weird that they buffed Bird's success rate and then didn't touch box trap monsters. I feel like they should have made the same buff they did to Birds but on the early chins. And then just make chins across the board have a better base catch rate. Like, this is just frustrating gameplay. I know it's like balancing the I know it's balancing the XP rates by fail rate and such, but it's just frustrating gameplay to watch dice rolls decide how much XP you get this much. Like, look at that, he just spawned and took out 2 of them. Seems like whirligigs are still meta for mains, yeah. For irons, it's too slow to get the flowers. Like, I'm doing red chins because I want them in the POF. If I didn't care about the POF, I would just do red salamanders. And then at 67, go to black salamanders. Red salamanders were a lot better XP than this. Like, the high of XP per hour here is the consistent XP per hour at red sallies. The trapper outfit? You mean the invention outfit? I don't have invention. What about Avanto incense sticks? Fire making level, I would imagine, is the issue there. Just 48. It takes a while to get up to 50 fire making. Actually, 50 is not too bad. It's 60 that where it starts getting slow. Because it's not really feasible to keep upgrading the log beyond maple. I mean, I have Avantos, so it's whatever log plus Avantos. The problem is it's just not worth the time. Like, going and getting the fire making level and making the sticks and all that kind of stuff, if I just stayed here for the same amount of time, I would just get the POF animal. Is there stackable bait for traps? Bait doesn't work properly, as far as I'm aware. Like, outside of the cases that, outside of the cases where bait is hard required, I don't think bait achieves anything. Like, the thing you told me of just constantly making this one respawn is the way to do it. The problem is in RS3 there's just no way to keep track of that one chin. It just roams off, and without mob tagging you can't. It's hard to keep track of it. And now he just seems to be completely ignoring that fact and just walking away every time he respawns. Why are there so many success rate items locked behind at least 80 hunter? I'll just say that I'm not exactly a fan of the skilling design that we've had the last decade. Stuff like offhands, like getting the offhand for hunter, I think it is. Is it the hypno one that requires it? Requires like 100 and something dungeoneering to even start getting the drops, and the drops are super rare. Like I think, yeah, it's the hypno wand. The hypno wand requires you to do dungeoneering and archaeology to open a door, to read a piece of paper, and reading that piece of paper then allows you to find ancient dragonkin artifact pieces that are part of the hypno wand when doing activities. And I'm just sitting there reading this process, and like, reading that piece of paper doesn't make these things materialize in the world. It's not like releasing the Johto beasts or something from the burned tower, right? Reading the paper just makes you aware of their existence. But if I hunt a big game dinosaur, like player character, like in-game character, this is. If I kill a Rex matriarch or hunt a big game dinosaur, and a piece of an ancient dragonkin tool drops from that, in what world, regardless of whether or not I've read this piece of paper, in what world does my character not pocket that and try and go sell it as quick as possible? We are literal loot goblins. The logic of having to read this piece of paper to get the drops just doesn't track. Yeah, so you need 100 plus in, or nearly 100 in 2 skills to get an offhand for a different skill. And it's kind of been the same for a lot of the skilling buff items. Obviously, the invention outfits are one thing. They only require 20 invention, so they're not too bad. But by the time you get all the fragments for some of them, like, you can get 99 rune crafting way quicker than you can get the rune crafting outfit. Which just makes the rune crafting outfit, until they added 110, kind of useless. Would the jungle camo outfit work here? I have no idea. I've never seen anyone use those or suggest using them before, so I've just assumed they've never worked. Also, can we just attack the thing I've clicked to attack like twice now? You're at 36k camo fragments at 105, almost 106 thieving. See, that's 2 outfits worth of fragments, right? But the problem is, with the way that making the outfit pieces works, you're very unlikely to even get one full outfit if you went and used them. You just get a bunch of bank fillers. So you end up having to wait all the way for 54k. Let's check the wiki and see if they have a strategy page on hunting carnivorous chinchompas that should list all the buffs that actually work on them. Wait, is there not a page about hunting chins? Wait, what are you referring to, Witch? I just read up in chat and I don't see anyone talking about archaeology. We were talking about, if you're talking about getting, what's it called? We were talking about making outfit pieces with invention. Oh, okay. No worries. The guide there mentioned Azure skill chompers using the polar outfit. I've literally never seen anyone use those outfits, even in old school. Like when I watch what's it called? Like when I watch Curtis even at the start of Farmers and he just doesn't care about any of the outfits or anything. It's so either the what's it called? Either the success rate buff is so negligible it's not even worth the time of making the outfit, or it doesn't do anything. Also, I have no idea where this chin has gone again. All it takes is like all the chins kind of like crowding around a bit and him to just sneak off somewhere and then end up a screen away for me to completely lose track of it. In old school, the outfits used to do nothing for you until very recently. Oh, okay, so they actually didn't work before. If they didn't work in old school, I would assume they still don't work in RS3 because there is no reason for them to have fixed them in RS3 because no one trained in these areas before. They were cosmetic on release. The ones on RS3 Wiki say they increase catch rate from release. But they were released with the Hunter skill in 2006. The release for both games was the same, no? Yeah, released 21st November 2006. The 2nd November 2010. Hunting camouflage has been updated to have a greater effect while hunting. That's vague. Is it actually worth using? RS3 do camo outfits do anything? Let's see if there's anyone that's answered this question. Okay, of course, when I type in do camo outfits do anything, I get the thieving outfit, not the hunter outfits. Add minus AI. I mean, that's not going to remove the thieving results. Well, that's a post 8 years ago saying they don't work. and nothing else. See, the thing is, if they didn't have any effect on release, then a greater effect is still no effect. Because 0 times 2 is still 0. So my thought process is, did they intentionally have no effect on release? Or were they bugged and not applying their effect? And even though the outfits have been tuned up in RS3, they're still bugged and don't do anything. Actually, that's a good point. Is there a catch rate graph for chins? No. Okay. We had the wiki is woefully lacking on hunter methods compared to thieving methods. Like thieving methods, they have like graphs of levels to success rate and all that kind of stuff, and that just isn't there for hunter methods. But normally those graphs will include like toggling different success rate boosters to see the effect. I need to find confirmation that it works before I bother going and getting it. Because as far as I'm aware, they do not work and have never worked in RS3. And I don't believe that the 2010 update magically fixed them if the update just says they have a greater effect. Because in old school they went from having no effect to an effect. But if the update in 2010 they think they just increased the effect, but the effect didn't do anything, then it still doesn't do anything. Also, there's a load of buggy stuff in Hunter that we still have that old school has fixed. Like, did you know smoking traps doesn't do anything? And when they tried fixing smoking traps, they realized that fundamentally Hunter was completely broken and your success rates were like single digits if they tried to fix smoking traps. We still have all that broken stuff because there's been no reason to ever go in and fix it up. No, bank space is a premium on irons. Yeah, they made what's it called? They made it so Duke Horatio was giving out the Ancient Wyvern shield for free instead of anti-dragon shields. Gray Chin. Do these guys have a graph? Nope. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to find a hunter mob that has a catch graph. Tropical wagtails. Man, the hunter methods are just so bare on the wiki. Like, hunter has been so unloved by the community and Jagex. Oh wait, Oziak was making. Okay, I heard that Horatio was giving them out. Yeah, I cannot find anything on the wiki for Hunter that has a success rate graph. And that would answer all my questions if something had one. Because that graph would then show the impact of having outfit / smoking / etc. But if we don't have any access to any of that, then I'm assuming the wiki doesn't have a way to find out that information. And since most of that information usually comes from JX devs when they work on areas, you bought crisps with a kebab flavor. That's either going to be really nice or terrible, and nowhere in between. Also, I have no idea where this... There he is. Man's acting like he's never heard the word crisps before. Yeah, I genuinely don't think the hunter outfits work in RS3. There's been nothing about them since 2010, and they... didn't... They either didn't work back then, or... At least you'll look cooler while hunting. Have you seen the jungle camo outfit? It looks like you're wearing the contents of a compost bin. You say it the British way to not confuse the streamer. I'm not that easy to confuse. I genuinely don't think it will increase catch rate of chins. all it will cost me is time spent not catching chins. That is not a phrase you wanna throw around. That is definitely not a lightly thrown around phrase. The ends justify the means is a phrase typically used by people doing heinous things for what they consider a good reason. Yeah, I found the actual patch note, by the way, for the hunter outfits in RS3. They never fixed them. They just upped some number internally and they still don't work. As far as I could tell. So hunter outfits are dead for now. Man, where's this chin gone again? I mean, I think you might have ended up with the right phrase. It's just not exactly appropriate to, well, not appropriate. It's just not really applicable to to wearing a bad looking outfit to catch chins. Let's say. You don't know what happened, but some reason ads are lower in volume all of a sudden. Do they have a volume slider or do they just blare away? Normally it's slightly higher volume than me, but now it's lower? Am I louder or is it quieter is the question there. You like it because listening to the same McDonald's ad twice in a row is boring? Wait, they just play you the same ad twice? Oh. Actually, I have I have something more prescient about what's it called? More prescient about why hunter outfits probably don't work in RS3. The original design was that you would get a negative success rate effect when hunting by standing in line of sight of your trap, which would then be mitigated by wearing camouflage. But since the line of sight negative wasn't implemented, camo outfits do nothing. And that is true for both games. And the only change to camo outfits in RS3 has been that the effect has been increased. So an effect has been increased, but that effect doesn't do anything. So what I'm assuming is that people found that there was no measurable difference between using the camo outfits and not. So someone at Jagex was like, oh, the numbers must just be too low. And that's the quote-unquote fix that we got in 2010, I'm assuming. But mechanically, camo outfits don't do anything. Because the mechanic that they counteract doesn't exist. So they didn't bother fixing the old outfits and instead gave Invention the Trapper outfits? Seems like it. Yeah. So my assumption is unless someone actually is willing to test enough, which is the amount of testing required to verify the success rate increase being present or not on the camo outfits is monumental. Like, it's way more than one person could do. But unless we as a player base actually bother to go and test them, my assumption is that the camo outfits function the way they used to in old school. In that they don't. An effect for a mechanic has been increased, but the mechanic doesn't exist. Exactly. But yeah, that's the case for quite a few items in the game, I think, actually. There's a lot of cases where either outfit effects are just baked into the invention outfit or inherited by the invention outfit, and it's just intended that the invention outfit is the outfit for the skill. Which I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of that compared to each skill having its own unique outfit with unique way of getting it, but there's been enough work on the invention outfits at this point that I don't think there's any going back on that front. So what did they do to fix the hunter outfits in old school? Did they just change them from counteracting this so-called line of sight mechanic to just a percentage catch rate increase in the right region? Also, I think I just stumbled across an old school post from before the Hunters Guild was added. And this guy is like cooking up an insane idea for the Hunters Guild where it's like a load of like biospheres and you can go and hunt creatures from every biome at the Hunters Guild, but you have to like use camouflage and stuff, and it's like, how big do you think the maps are? How has one chin just destroyed 4 traps in a row, you son of a... Oh. I hate these things, man. Give me the POF chin so I can just go back to doing salamanders. Hindsight's 2020 and all that, but maybe staying at the Grecians would have been the better play. Because I would have caught more of them. Yeah. Box trapping chins is still miserable. Is the takeaway. The fact that red chins have such low success rate that I'm basically getting like similar XP to doing gray chins is horrendous. The problem is that getting the 5k beans for him just takes too long. Like, you can get 600 beans every, You can get 600 beans every 2 days from sheep. And I think it's a similar amount per cows every, like, 3 days? I think it is for the large animal vendor or purchaser. Although cows cost a lot of beans to put in your, to buy, to grow, so maybe not. Man, the killer here is that, like, all the chins around, instead of just coming and, like, instead of either ignoring the traps or just getting trapped in them, they just come, destroy them all, then I have to rebuild them all. Then I have to find the chin that was respawning here and kill it so it will actually check the traps. I mean, I'm assuming it's not that one with how far it just roamed away. Man, could you imagine how insane it would have been if they actually implemented the, what's it called? If they actually tried to implement the line of sight thing with traps? Hunter would have been a mess. And Doris is getting dinner. So that's one happy pom. You're the chin that respawns here, I'm pretty sure. When you get to Grenwalls, you'll love it, promise? I don't remember having caught Grenwalls in box traps in a long time. Between getting Grenwall spikes from Big Game Hunter and stuff like Abyssal Beasts, do you even need to hunt them anymore? Is Doris's coloring the shiny version of Pombon? We don't know what the shiny is yet, but I'm hoping that they make it black. Doris, come here. Is that Doris making that squeak? Doris is squeaking like a rubber duck. And now they're a wooing. I hope you guys could hear that.
So impatient.
Oh. Oh, Jesus. I used up all my luck on the grey chins. Or SOL when it comes to red chins. The thing is, this is just like a really like short-term pain, but long-term as soon as we get a single breeding pair of chins, that's it, right? Job's done, never need to worry about it again. It's just a lot of pain isolated into one small moment. Also, it's not like the hunter levels are useless. Like 67 hunter gives us black salamanders and also the wildy medium diary. And the wildy medium diary is super freaking useful. So there are positives. I find catching chins quite frustrating. Is the only issue with it. I would definitely prefer to be doing red sallies. But those don't drop POF animals. Actually, do salamanders drop? Because you can put salamanders in the ranch out of time, right? Can you get POF salamanders from catching salamanders? Oh no, you just buy them from the farmer's market. You don't have to catch salamanders. Wait, did I not auto that thing? Stop running away so dang quickly. Would be nice if they were at least a little easier to click. Like I've zoomed in to try and click them more, but then they run out of your camera range. Or click them more easily, I should say. Where did the chin go again? Is Crumble Undead worth it in RS3? It is. It's a very different spell to old school though. This is one of those grinds that feels kind of prisony. Like once you've started it, you don't really have an out other than finishing it. Because if you don't finish it, then you don't get partial outcome. You don't get like part of a POF animal. You either go all the way or not at all. It's not worth it? I thought it was like a 20% damage increase against undead. %30 damage increase. How is that not worth it, Perry? Is it just not worth the time rune, or does the 30% not work how you think it should? You lose access to ancients and by association lunas. It requires time runes, and realistically, what undead are there where you actively want Crumble Undead versus a proper spell? I mean, if you don't have the City of Centist and ancients, but access to time runes. Also, it works against Linza? Works against Vorkath? Admittedly, Vorkath, I'm assuming you want City of Centist and ancients before you... Do those have a name other than using the whole name of the quest that rewards them? You'd argue in that case it's a waste of time runes? I can see the argument. Just called Centist spells. I guess that's short enough. Centiston is quite a long name. Hunter, nice. Chev, I hate it here. I hate chins. They have tiny click boxes, and my little inaccurate clicks can't get them consistently. Actually, Chev might know, being the trimmed completionist. Chev, do the hunter camo outfits do anything? Wait, then why don't you have 200 mil hunter in old school? You do? Wait, you do? When the heck did you do that? Also, can't you free tick them with the hunter cape? Years ago? Wait, are you talking about you did it for 200 mil on your... Wait, no, you don't have 200 mil on your main. I guess this is before I met you. Chev hides a casual 200 mil in old school. Imagine still believing you after all this time. The thing is, that one's genuinely, like, genuinely believable that you might have done something in old school before I met you. I'm not just gonna call you a liar because you are half the time. So, from what I can gather, the hunter camouflage outfits were originally designed to counteract a non-existent mechanic where traps would have a lower success rate if you were in line of sight of them. And because of that, when they were released into the game, they didn't do anything because that mechanic didn't exist. Now, in old school, they've actually changed the effect of the outfits to increase the base catch rate, or increase the catch rate of mobs in the area. In RS3, the only change I can find regarding the camo outfits is a change in 2010, which says that the hunter outfits now have a greater effect. Which to me reads like the camo outfits were tested, showed no measurable improvement in catch rates, and someone at Jagex was just like, oh, I'll bump the number up then. But it doesn't sound like they actually changed the effect. It just sounds like they now have a greater effect on a mechanic that doesn't exist. So I'm currently on the side of, yeah, those outfits don't work. But I also can't find any data, like, the wiki normally has loads of data for, like, success rates and stuff with level, right? But for Hunter, it has nothing because it's never needed to bother outside of Whirligigs. So we don't have any, like, real information to work with. We have a great source to utilize to find out. Chev is offering to test the hunter outfits for us, guys. Everyone thank Chev for his sacrifice. Ask one of your Jmod friends? Wait, am I friends with any of them? I mean, I occasionally annoy Azana by sending him messages, but I don't know if he thinks of me as a friend over that. Ask in the Discord? Honestly, I feel like asking in the Discord is more likely to cause the exact same debate we're having, but between different people. Because none of us actually know. You're gonna ask for me and put me on the spot? What the heck? Chev's doing the asking for a friend thing. And we all know what that means. Actually, Chev, you wanna know how little information the wiki has on Hunter? Last year they added a new perk to what's it called? They added a new perk to farming reputation, which seems to be about a 20% increase in the rate of getting POF animals from like monster drops and such, right? I had to go to a different POF animals page to find out what the actual rate of increase was, because the Chinchompa pages hadn't been updated. Hunter needs a savior on the wiki. I can't believe you've done this, Chev. Okay, yeah, he actually asked in the in a nice way instead of just throwing me under the bus. Also, I'm slowly losing the will to continue hunting. I've gone I've gone considerably over double or half the rate on a red chin unchecked though, so I kinda need to keep going. If I've done more than half the work, then I just have less than half to go, right? 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 Oh dear. We can make a spottier cape. Is that actually any use outside of like a quest where you need your weight to be low? Actually, wait, does weight even affect your run drain anymore? They changed that in one of the games. I don't remember which one though. I have no idea which one of these chins is the one that spawns there, so I'm just taking them all out quickly. NPC tag, please. There's a request for one plugin API when those come out, or one plugin when the API comes out. There we go. Words hard. Please give me the chin before 67. Please. I would be over the moon to get 67 Hunter and not have to catch red chins anymore. Then I could just do black salamanders to BGH and be happy. Also, I would like to point out that the game has set this up in one of the cruelest ways imaginable. I got the first two chins from Greys pretty quickly, but they weren't a breeding pair. So now I just need one female chin. And now is the point where it becomes a full-scale grind. It baited me into thinking that this wasn't going to take too long. That I'd start stream today and just be putting chins in the POF and reveling in my new farming experience. Instead, I'm in the Feldip Hills, catching my 800th chin. Is it worth doing the lowest level chin just to get a breeding pair? You'll want to trade them out for red chins. So if you can catch red chins, you may as well just start with that. Red chins are the only one that, well, I guess technically crystal chins give a pretty useful product in, you know, giving crystal chins. But otherwise, the only type of chin you really care about is red chins. For either range training or making mech chins. So ideally, you want to have red chins in your POF. With Wilderness Flash events going away, red chins are going to be harder to get. That's why I'm making sure to put red chins in my POF. Then I still have a source of them even without the VOD events. Sure, it's painful because the success rate's lower. But again, short-term pain for long-term benefit is some of the stuff you gotta do early on. Is the unfortunate thing is I don't think you can breed a Grey Chin and a Skill Chomper. Because that would be the lowest level chin. It would be a Cobalt Skill Chomper. I don't think you can take a Grey Chin and a Cobalt Skill Chomper and end up with a red chin through breeding. I guess maybe you could breed two shiny chins and then breed those two shiny chins together and they will probably give birth to any chin. So I guess technically you could do that. Oh, Perry's getting rewarded for teaching people Zemi, it seems. At least I know that I can catch chins. Like if I had been going this many and not caught a single POF animal so far, like including the number I had done from Grey Chins, then I would have assumed I'd broken something somehow. You got a soul tally in 30 minutes of the Master Tower mages? Yeah, thieving's good. They also give death talismans, right? Because if they give death talismans, that's another way to skip the list in Morning End Part 2. Well, that was the wrong key. Yeah, I will skip that list by any means necessary. I commonly go for 90 Slayer before doing Morning's End Part 2 just to skip the list. But now I can just do it with thieving instead. I mean, that's not bad. What's the, how many runes have you got in that time? $1,100 noted pure essence, couple hundred steam and dust runes, 100 lore, astral, cosmic, only 26 time runes. Is that with sticky fingers or without? No, okay. We have 28 arch on that account? You are hard sending thieving, huh? I have now caught more red chins than I caught grey chins, by the way. So my luck at grey chins has been infinitely better than at red chins. I got baited so hard into thinking this was gonna not be too bad. Followed by a quick reminder of just how painful it actually is. The thing is, would I even suggest doing this? I mean, the thing is, yes. Like, I'm I'm grumbling about it because I hate catching chins. I find it really frustrating, and I'm getting annoyed with the click box and missing my clicks, which is why I'm in a bad mood about it. But the benefit of having a breeding pair of chins early on is just too much to ignore, and you need the hunter XP anyway now. Yeah, like the other option is doing salamanders, which are less frustrating and better XP an hour, but then you're not getting POF animals. So like, it's hard to say this isn't worth doing. I'm not having much fun with red chins. I do still debate internally if I should have stayed at Grachins, but by the time I'm done with this, like, by the time I have caught a red chin that is female, I will be saying that it was a good thing that I went and unlocked red chins. Because it only took me like an hour of doing red sallies to come to get to the level 4 red chins. So that's the only amount of additional work I created that was created by doing that. And it means I get way more red chins from POF. I now have a stack of nearly 1,000 red chins instead of 1,000 additional grey chins. I will get way more red chins from POF over the next few weeks. And I don't have to later go and change out my chins for red chins. Which, to be honest, will just be as a result of using the trapper, more likely than anything else. Like, the one benefit to changing out your chins via the trapper later on is that it doesn't matter what gender the one you get from the trapper is, because if you already have a breeding pair going, you can just trade out either one for the red chin you get from the trapper. So you don't have to like get multiple red chins from the trapper. You just have to roll one. But that could take a week, could take a month. Who knows? And then occasionally you get into a rhythm with it like this, and it seems like it's not too bad again. Oh, no, you don't. Yeah, salamanders are going to be better XP. Like, I would much prefer to go from 67 to 75 doing black salamanders than doing red chins. But until 67, this is probably the best thing I can be catching. I have no idea if that was the one that just came through on a drive-by or the one that just spawned. Okay, it was the drive-by one. Okay, I was correct. The one that snuck off was the one that spawns here. Yeah, the problem is trying to keep track of the one that spawned here versus the ones that just come in and like stack on top of it for a little bit. It's almost like I have to just kill all of them, even if I don't think they're the one that spawned here. Because this guy is just such a high percentage of my catches. Although now he's just destroying all my traps to be a little menace. Part of me wants to look at my stream timer to gauge how long I've been doing this. The other part of me just really doesn't want to know. I am happier just blindly doing it. I didn't even see one come near this box. Must have literally spawned and immediately went in there. At least range training is going to be an absolute non-issue on this account. Like, 1,000 red chins are going to last. Actually, I'm pretty sure that will last to 78 range. Maybe not with the, what's it called? Maybe not with the combat rework, because they're fixing ammo consumption, which essentially means more ammo consumption early on. So maybe you need more chins than you used to. Actually, I'm assuming you need more chins than you used to. If you were a bit of a gamer about it, you could get 99 range with a single red chin. Which is definitely not on the intended side of things. Rip, walked the dog and thought you'd come back to be getting a chin? I wish. This, the red chin is being very elusive. We've caught more red chins than we did grey chins, and we have two fewer POF chins to show for it. By the way, I'm gonna do all this, right? I know this is, I know something stupid like this is gonna happen. I'm gonna do all this. I'm gonna get chins in the POF. I'm gonna get the beans, buy the trapper to start getting just other animals and such. And I guarantee the first thing that trapper is bringing back is a chin. Also, I've lost the chin that spawns here. Oh wait, apparently I didn't. It's right there. I would like to report. I would like to report a broken account, please. This account can't stop getting tier 95 drops like they're... It is. He's getting tier 95 drops as if they were God Wars Dungeon Armor pieces. Bug abuse? Clearly, right? There's no other logical explanation. It can't just be good luck. That doesn't exist in this game. I just find it amusing how recently me and Verdum are playing very different games. It is actually wild, yeah. Big grats on the drop. I hope you don't go dry on the rest of it. Truthfully. Honestly, I really don't. Oh. Something nice smells. Smells like it's cooking. Maybe that's my problem. I'm just hangry about the... I'm just hangry at the chins, right? We'll ignore the 900 stack of chins in my inventory so far. I lost the chin spawn again. Why am I so bad at this? Oh, he's back. Does he just wander off and die, or? Does he just sometimes take a while to respawn? $900 chins in the bag. I wonder what the minimum agility level is to start getting multi-catches at red chins. Does the... What's it called? Does the blog post actually cover what the minimum level is? It says that there's a minimum level to guarantee getting to. But it doesn't say there's a minimum... what the minimum level is to start rolling on it that I'm aware of. I get 71 agility to guarantee getting 2 Grey Chins, I'm pretty sure. But I never got a single double Grey Chin. Hi, Doris. You're getting tons at 54 agility? I might just literally be just a smidge too low. Which would be unfortunate. Fortunately, I know that it's not based on how many chins you get, it's based on how many successful catches. Otherwise, I should definitely try and hit whatever the minimum... I definitely should have tried to hit the minimum agility level for multi-catches, but it doesn't actually matter. I think the worst thing is I just have like the sense of dread that when I see the first red chin unchecked, that it's just gonna be another male, which basically just resets my progress back to square one. I think that would break me a little bit for today, seeing another male chin. Hello. Thank you. Ah, food break. You have to get up and make your own food? That's why we say thank you to Gig. And let her know that she's the bestest. Of course, as soon as I get food, the chins start rolling in, huh? I'm actually gonna hit 4 digits. I have accepted that now. We hit 4 digits, then we yeah, we hit 4 digits, and then we start pushing for the actual drop rate of 1200. Although, watch these not be correctly increased. Like, here's me assuming that the wiki just didn't update the drop rate to show the reputation increase on chinchompers like it did for spiders and such. But watch it not have actually increased it for these because they're not, you know, they're not mob drops. That would be very sad if that were the case, because these are the ones that desperately need the buff. Okay, I need to hunt down the correct chin again. I'm assuming it's this one based on his pathing just now. I think I was incorrect. It's got to be one of these, surely. Well, don't know which one it was, but apparently I got it. No. Can I attack him? I've clicked him like 4 times, please. Cries in box traps. I had plans today. There was so much I wanted to do. And I thought I'd get to just do it all. When I saw that second chin at Gray's. Instead, I am still catching chins, and it's like 5 hours later. I'm in life for 5.5 hours trying to get a single chin drop. Oh boy. Scaling drop rates are a crime, is all I'll say. I guess the debate, like the counter argument to that, is that these are the best animals to put in the small pen, so they should be hard to get. But also, like, I'm trying to get something for a level 54 farming method, right? Wait, hang on. There was a way to change... There was a way to change the gender of a POF animal. Oh, okay. It's not actually a way that's in the game. Wait. Why? What did Verdum do other than get another drop? Just for that drop. I'm sure he doesn't deserve it just for that drop, right? And you didn't go for 100% Zammy with him? Wait, hang on. Did you get that drop below 100%? You got that drop at 0%. It took you till 340% to get your first drop. Yeah, getting a drop at 4KC 0% is filthy. Can I have some of that RNG, please? I want to go home. I would almost start believing that POF, that unchecked chins haven't been unlocked yet on this account, but I've seen them. I've seen them. I'm just getting very unfortunate. I mean, I say unfortunate. I'm at like 1,700 total chins caught to two POF animals. It just feels bad that it's taking a while at the red chins when these are, one, the more useful one, and two, the lower catch rate ones. Your RNG's no good at chins either. You've gone several 4K plus grinds at chins. Oh, fuck. Chins are just cursed then, I guess. I'm just really hopeful that the wiki just hasn't updated the drop rate to show that it changes with the reputation buff from the Mana Farm rep. I'm just really hoping that the wiki forgot to update the page and that it's not actually the case that it doesn't work on chins. You're hoping we get menu entry swapper for RS3? It would be convenient. Especially around the grey chins, the butterflies were quite annoying. Load last preset as the default would be crazy. Okay, that would actually be quite good. Oh no. Oh, which one of you was it? You all just ran into each other. I just have to kill you all. Yeah, evergreen trees. The ones at Grey Chins have massive click boxes. The big 1K is approaching. I'm slightly terrified of how far over it we might have to go. Do you need to wear skull when runecrafting anymore? Nope. They finally fixed runecrafting to not be a PvP skill. Wait, no, the Chinchomper ran away. Does it do anything at all? I don't think it even increases the chance of magical thread anymore, but I could be wrong on that one. You don't need it for XP, that's for sure. The Wildy Skull works on the agility course. Magical thread is dictated by diary now? Ooh, wait, does that mean you have to do the elite diary to get as much thread as using the skull before? That is some high stat requirements. Your clock is gone in game. I mean, I turned mine off. It was kind of ugly at the bottom of the minimap, I'll be honest. You click the option in settings and it never shows up? That's kind of weird. Okay, time for the 1000th chin. We're in the 4 digits. And onwards we go. Just randomly. That guy's just randomly standing there staring at the traps instead of getting in them. Also, I seem to have lost the main spawn again. Was he not one of them? No, I don't think I got him. Where the heck is he gone? At this rate, I will unlock. I will unlock BGH, getting the POF chins. First Necromancer gear used to be worth so much money. Like, the offhand used to be worth a bill. The heck happened? You made a few bill getting the log on release. Thing is, I think there was a good period of time where if you bought stuff on release, like for a few days after release anyway, was actually the better time to be buying his gear. Because I'm pretty sure I bought my Soulbound Lantern, like, in the release week for about 600 mil. You finally did your 35k souls. The disturbances upkeep enough mementos that you didn't use a single dino bone, and you hit 75 prayer. Nice. Once you get that, like, that system rolling with high enough soul attraction, it's a pretty nice feedback loop. You grinded Flesh Hatcher? Wait. Bosses give reduced XP. Most bosses, I should say, give reduced XP. Does he not? It gives 10k XP a kill when you were doing 50-second kills. Wait, so it's like not quite 600k an hour. Let's round down a little bit to be generous. He gives extra XP? Oh. Oh. I didn't know that. His common's good. Because that might be worth looking into. Tons of seeds, prayer potions, and charms. I mean, yeah, that sounds like a good bunch of loot. I don't think there's ever going to be a new Archglacial for charms. We had it good back then, huh? Also, I've lost this chin again. Also, are the tooltips new when you hover over? When you hover over something Like I know it used to be in the top left, but I don't remember there being the like +2 options tooltip thing. It's new from the UI update. Okay, because I've just it only just really twigged to me when I've been like hovering over stuff in my inventory that I don't remember it. I don't remember it being there for every item. Like obviously some things have to have it because like how would you have tooltips for gear? Has it always existed and I'm just like it just looks different now because it just looks different now because reasons? No, it did always exist. Okay. The +2 options etc. bit didn't exist. But the like check shaking box bit did. So they've made it bigger. So that's why it looks like it's new, but it's kind of just always been there. Yeah, I'm gonna take my plate out quick, so be right back. Oh no, the box traps are dying. It's okay, we got them. Stretch my legs. Now we get this chin. Does a level 2 giant spider have a chance of dropping a POF spider, by the way? I saw you run off. It does? Oh, I guess they are all the way over there, I guess. I was about to say, should I start killing one of them while I'm waiting for chins and see if I just get a spider? Would that make it better or worse? It's a 1 in 1480, so good luck. Is that with or without the rep buff? Worse, because no 64 farming? Wait. POF drop rates aren't affected by farming level, are they? Oh, hang on, that's a level 33. They're not all level 32, huh? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I can't use spiders yet. That's fair. I just meant, would it make me feel better or worse about the bad luck at chins if I got spooned a spider? Although I refer to it as bad luck, I still haven't hit the drop rate yet. So I can't actually call it bad luck yet. I really hope it's 1 in 1200. Like, I really hope that the drop rate just isn't updated rather than not affected. Because if it's not affected, I'm gonna be very, very sad. Yeah, to clarify what I meant about I had so much planned for today. My intention was to get the POF chin, do my Reaper task, and then start working on completing the Fairy Tale quest line. And I was hoping that just maybe I'd get the Fairy Tale quest line done today if I could source the Herblore XP for it. That is definitely not happening anymore. So, yeah. I guess I know what we're doing tomorrow, at least. Although, that's assuming I catch the... Shouldn't make plans based on getting an RNG drop. Yeah, but the problem is if I don't make plans, and then I get lucky. If I don't make plans and then I get lucky, then I'm sitting there like, what do I do now? So I need the plans, but I need to accept the fact that sometimes I don't get to actually do the plans. Yeah, I caught like 740 or something of the Grey Chins. And now we're just under 1100 of these chins. We've caught 1800 chins so far. It's I mean technically I'm still quote unquote lucky. So I shouldn't be mad. You spent so long getting breeding chins and spiders that you never even tried for yaks? Oh boy. Yeah, not having dragons from WOD events means I'm probably gonna be doing... Am I gonna do QBD or... QBD or actually kill dragons? Which one's better? QBD gives a load of good supplies. So that would be a nice side benefit to doing QBD. Where do you think you're going? Just breaks one of my traps as a distraction and tries to beeline. I swear I'm getting played by an AI hamster. I said ages ago that I should bring a long-range weapon. I'm now considering if I'm gonna be here long enough for that to still be a worthwhile consideration. If you get a bow now, you'll get the chin immediately. If you don't, then you won't get the chin until you get the bow. So what you're saying is... go get the bow. Wait, did I just multi-catch? What? I managed to catch 3 chin chompers. But... they both have range 7. Do I not have a higher range weapon? My Gothic stuff. I managed to multi-catch at 41 agility. Wait. How often has that been happening without me noticing? Because it is not common, but it's not never. Am I not actually at 1100 catches? I think I have been misled to think I'd been catching only one at a time. Since I was only catching one at a time at Greychins, I'm pretty sure. Or unless I was also multi-catching there and just it was infrequent enough that I wasn't noticing it. Do you want the Chinchompa for POF? Yeah, that's the goal. We have 2 grey chins that are both males, so we need a female red chin. Actually, what I should do is put chain as my put chain as the first ability on my bar. That way, when I start killing multiple Chinchompas because I lost track of the one that spawns here, then it's easier. So I'm pretty sure that's the one that spawned here. So, oh. Apparently that instead just aggroes spiders. Never mind, bad idea. Okay, maybe not a good idea. Yeah, I didn't even notice I had been multi-catching. It's so infrequent that I roll it. I'm assuming because my agility level is just so low. I thought my agility level was so low that it wasn't happening at all. Yeah, that means I may still be below 1,000 catches. I don't really know how to feel about that, because on one hand it's like, oh, I'm not as unlucky as I thought I was, but also that means I just haven't rolled the table as many times as I thought I had, which is probably worse. 68 Hunter, the fireworks made me jump there. We can now catch a ghostly in playing. Which I guess means we now have one of the requirements for the Underworld Hard Diary. Which begs the question if that diary is worth pursuing. You also need extinction. Wait, for the hard diary? Surely not. Catch a ghostly impling while wearing a full set of ghostly robes. So we've done that one. Oh. Spin some fungal bowstring. Yeah. Huh. You can just buy the what's it called? You can just buy the fungal shaft on a main. You don't need to do the mini game or trading method. Don't you also need Nomad's Requiem? Okay, I'm pretty sure that one's for... You need to craft soul runes while wearing a soul cape. Okay, that one's definitely elite task. If it's in Underworld. For some reason, part of me wants to say it's a desert task, but the soul looter is in the Underworld, so... Underworld would make more sense. The soul looter is just referenced in desert quests more than Underworld quests. I have no idea where the chin that spawns here has gone. I've killed a bunch of them and it just seems to have wandered off somewhere. Well, I definitely got baited by the grey chins into thinking that the increased drop rate might make this a nice chill grind instead of a painful one. I was wrong. So very wrong. I'm still just like terrified that even when we get a red chin, it's gonna be a male one instead of a female. Because then that basically just resets our counter that doesn't do anything because that's not how drop rates work. But like counter since the last POF animal goes back down to 0 and yeah. Maybe that's why I felt like I was catching them slower here than at Grey Chins, because I must have been getting multiple Grey Chins without realizing it. Where is this Chin? Has this Chin wandered off to? Like, no matter how many of them I kill, I can't seem to get it to respawn again. Well, it respawned and it just took out every single one of my traps apart from that one. Guess I found it. Huh. Something just twigged in my mind that I've kind of been wondering about for a while, but I think I now understand. Sometimes it feels like animations drag on just that little bit and I accidentally click out of them too soon. And I've been trying to figure out what it is, because it's not like I'm lagging or anything. But I'm assuming it's the difference between starting an animation like near the start of a tick versus near the end of a tick, because it's always at the end of a tick that you make progress in whatever you're working on. Yeah, we just caught 5 chins in one catch. I definitely think we're below 1,000 actual catches, which is a scary thought. You just teleported to Mossler Harmless and the stutter. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty bad for some locations, especially like clue locations. Wait, is it almost 5 o'clock? Jeez. Yeah, that means we've been live for over 6 hours doing Hunter today. Oh dear. Well, best laid plans and all that. Got to 900 grays. I'm gonna take a break. Good luck. Thank you very much. I'm debating doing similar myself. I was gonna say like get 1200 and then stop, because then we've done a whole drop rate. But it's not the drop rate, because we haven't actually done 1200 catches. We've just got 1200 chins, which is not 1200 catches, so it's not 1200 rolls on the POF animal. I have no idea how many of these have come from multi catches. Oh, he is still respawning now. Good, good. Before I'd lost him again. Where on Mossler Harmless is it stuttering? I'm assuming Perry would have gone to the fairy ring? Oh wait, no, you're going for stars, not clues. Oh yeah, he's wandered off now. So we go on a killing spree. I don't know. I've got a 4070 Super and a like 97? No, not 7. Is it 7900 in my? Yes, a 7900X CPU in my rig, and I get stutters in some areas in RuneScape. So I'd be surprised if it's like you're entirely free from. Also, my poor back, I've been slouching so badly. Why am I like this? Ugh. Part of me was looking forward to 1200 at going, just hitting the point of going, you know what, we've done a whole drop rate, let's take a breather. But now I know that that's not a whole drop rate. And I'm probably over 1,000 catches. If not by much, at least over it. Yeah, unfortunately I just don't know what my my actual catches are now, because I was assuming that was going to be an accurate counter, because I didn't think my agility was high enough to get multi-catches. But apparently it's just enough to very occasionally get them. So I spent an hour doing red salamanders to get the level for red chins. So I've been doing red chins for probably about 5 hours. It's not the worst amount of time, I guess. I must just really hate doing red chins. On the bright side, as soon as I'm done getting the POF animal, I don't have to catch them anymore because I have black salamanders unlocked. Which I'm going to be much happier to do those. Just seen a clip of Ted season 2? Ted? Well, that's 1,200 chins caught. Not 100% sure how many catches I've done in total to get that many. There's a stack of 1,200 red chins. Range training is sorted, at least. And now I need to go hunt down the chin that I've lost. Oh, apparently I got him already. Do we go for 1,500 then instead of 1,200? Like, if 1,200 isn't going to be 1,200 catches, do we go for 1,500 instead? Did that Chinchompa just immune Chain by trying to go into a box trap at the same time? Or are my eyes playing tricks on me? What's the hunter grind for? POF animals. We got 2 gray chins pretty yeah, we got 2 gray chins pretty quickly. So I was like, hey, I might be lucky and just get a breeding pair here and be done with this. Well, you could probably guess by the fact that we have 1,200 red chins in the inventory that it was not a breeding pair. And we're still waiting on the lovely young lady of a red Chinchompa to pick her husband of our grey Chinchompas. Apparently, none of them are interested in dating a lowly grey Chinchompa, though. Apparently, there's classism in the ranks of Chinchompas. Maybe I should have put the grey Chinchompas in my inventory to show them off as bait. You know what? I'm not superstitious, but I have literally nothing to lose. Also, we caught 800 grey chins, not 700. So we've caught about 2,000 chins so far. Don't know how many catches exactly, but 2 greys cannot breed a red one, no. Well, not 2 males anyway. But no, you if you want red chins in your POF, you need to have at least one red chin in your breeding pair. Is my understanding. Like I could just put 2 grey chins in the breeding pen and hope that they eventually adopt. And that the animal they adopt is a female, but the chance of that feels remarkably low. Also, I'm currently using the breeding pen for cows. Yes, we have Wooby 1, the Grey Chin Chomper, and Wooby 2, the Grey Chin Chomper. Somehow I have a weird thing of luck that I got 2 chins with the same name, but getting them to be opposite gender was too much to ask. Do I need to go killing Chinchompers? Nope, he's respawned. Oh, maybe the fact I keep referring to them as he is maybe maybe self-defeating. No, you don't get to break my traps and run away. Ugh. Is Chinchomper spawn speed affected by world population? Should I be on a higher pop world? I'm grasping at straws, I know. But anything to speed this up a bit from now on. Just took out all my box traps again, dude. Why are you so rude? You know, the fact that left-clicking these is causing me to auto-attack before I chain is probably going to be an issue for the rune stack. Oh well, it's only 17k to replace it. And it's my highest range weapon, so... What does killing them do? It forces them to respawn. So there's a respawn point for one of the Chinchompas here. And when they respawn, they seem to immediately do a check on all the traps nearby. Whereas when they're just running around, they only do checks like every so often. So like occasionally you'll see this guy just respawn and just go into a trap, into a trap, into a trap, and probably break them all. But by killing this one specifically over and over again and surrounding the spawn point with traps, can get it to respawn and just immediately, hopefully, go into a trap. It's doing a bad job of, you know, giving us an example. But it is very noticeable when I started doing this compared to not. There's also one that spawns like a couple tiles over here. That is probably worth killing, but I can barely keep track of one, let alone two. But yeah, when I was catching the gray chins, I was catching them kinda slowly, and like I was having to chase them all around constantly and kill them when they got too far from the traps. And that was more work than just killing this one guy. Or girl. Preferably girl. Yeah, it seems to get me more, like, checks on the trap. Just over time by forcing this one to constantly respawn. It's not a foolproof method though. I don't think there is a foolproof method of doing these. Sometimes they just will not get in the trap. Sometimes they will just constantly keep tripping your traps and forcing you to put them back up. They are quite a pain of a mob to hunt. Like there, they just took out my traps and all ran away. Really likes running that direction. Well, I didn't mean to click the chin there. I was trying to click the trap. Also, the yellow text in the chat baited me there. I saw colored text in chat and thought I just got a chin. My poor little heart can't handle all these bait and switches. Yo, what's up, Rex? I'm doing some of your favorite content. Skilling. I mean, it's not quests, therefore it's some of your favorite content. Trying to get POF chins. It's it's going. Let's just say that way. It's going. There's a stack of 1270 red chins in the bag, which is definitely some range XP. Also, we did some experimenting around with new hunter. Well, I say new hunter. We kind of got thrown back to the Stone Ages when it comes to hunter. But the new age of hunter is here. 2006 cooled. It wants its Green Day album back. But also, while the gigs are still kind of good, just not broken. At least if you're a main and can buy the flowers. If you're an iron and need to gather the flowers, then I hope you like salamanders. With your setup, you get 300k XP for a single star. How long does it take to mine a star? And are they filthy FOMO dailies? Oh, that's a sad death right there. That's someone who was probably AFK combat training. When the Vampora drops, indeed. Hey, on the bright side, if I don't use the Vampora, I could never die to a Vampora drop. Absolutely giga brain. It's 30 minutes of pure AFK and you can do 3 of them a day. Why does that sound enjoyable? The whole 3 a day is the bit that gets me. Like, they do stars in old school, but they just make the XP like super AFK but not very, good XP per hour, and then you can just do it as much as you want. And people show up in droves for that thing. Like people, all the old school players that meme on RS3 for having like AFK methods and stuff. And then you just see like the swarm and the wave of players when a new star drops. Feral Vampire is a new one. I've not seen that message before. Also, he lost a good name. Well, technically not lost. He's an Iron Man now. The XP scales via star? Oh, okay. Yeah, the XP in old school doesn't scale. The XP in old school doesn't scale based on the layer you're on. It just, if you can do more layers, you have to look for less stars. Although, I'm assuming size 10 probably needs 100 mining or something. So that's why it gives good XP, I would imagine. Wait, no. Wait, no, yeah, no, I am right. Because size 1 will be level 10, right? Yeah, Feral Vampires, that's a new one, but they're also a low total level, so... Did they... Wait, they don't do that much damage, though. Did they just go AFK in Canifis? I think they might have just got AFK in Canifis at that point. They can gang up on you? Ah. Feral Vampire Slayer task is kind of dangerous? Huh. See, I would say, like, who doesn't have a... Why wouldn't you just have a teleport bound and as soon as it's going dangerous, just teleport? But, you know. Hypocrite over here. Probably doesn't have a one-click TP yet. I mean... You at least have the Arch Journal. The Underworld Grimoire is, like, the best one you can get early, I think. Could be the one you have to fight in River of Blood. If he's doing River of Blood at 1,187 total level, my hats are off to him. All of them. Because that is some speedrunning shenanigans. Yeah, you have the Arch Journal, the Underworld Grimoire. Admittedly, the Arch Journal isn't a very good one because it doesn't immune off damage while you're in the teleport animation. But the Ring of Kinship does. And the Underworld Grimoire does as well. The Underworld Grimoire saved us when we DC'd. That's why you unlock War's Tale early? I unlocked it relatively early. Not relatively early total level, just relatively early in terms of days. It's physically impossible to die in wars. Is that true? I feel like the Ring of Death update disagrees with you. It automatically uses Immort when you die in wars. Even as a hardcore? And no, I don't fancy testing it. What a way to lose a life. So how did you lose your first life? Well, someone told me that immortality always activates in War's Retreat, so I decided to test that theory. You assume so since you never get sent to Death's office? I don't think you lose the life because you show up in Death's office. Actually, when does the life get deducted? Yeah, I just wonder if they would actually if they would disable that for a hardcore to prevent you cheesing death mechanics. Can I confirm if the tier 60 ores are bugged? I got told from someone to skip tier 60 ores and just keep doing rune until 70. They're not bugged. They're not bugged, it's just not perfect balancing. So in terms of mining XP per hour, it is better to do rune than orichalcum. But you want the orichalcum from 63 smithing anyway. Because you only do rune bars from 59 to 63 smithing. Where is this Chinchompa gone again? Tier 60 have been fixed some time ago? Wait, did they actually sort it out? Orichalcite. Orichalcite rock. 10th of February 2025 reduced the durability of orichalcite rocks. They did indeed buff mining orichalcite. Yeah, I don't think it was a bug. I think it was just not balanced. But yeah, looks like they've looks like they have reduced the health of the rock because people were skipping it. Managed to catch 6 Chinchompas in one trap. Huge. My range XP thanks you. Didn't know you could wiki rocks. You can wiki everything if you know the exact word to write. It's just sometimes figuring out what certain things are called is a bit tricky. Oh, apparently you should what's it called? If you want the remote totem, you should mine orichalcite on Anachronia. Good to know, I guess. Not the nicest place to get to, because I'm pretty sure orichalcite is near Laniakea, isn't it? On there? Oh no, it's in the north. Still not a nice place to get to. Remote totem is the only totem you have. Do you have it just for the divination XP, or...? No, you just CBA to get the other totem. You little... Come wreck all my traps and then bugger off. Yeah, I mean, most of them aren't. Most of them are kinda not that useful. Like, once you have the... Totem of Intimidation is basically no God Wars Dungeon 1 KC, but that's also covered by getting War's Blessing 2, which is just medium CA, so that's not too bad. There's one that reduces clue steps, which is absolutely insane for getting fortunate components on an iron, especially. How did you just immune that? I mean, the Totem of Summoning gives plus 16 minutes to all summoning familiars. So that one's probably worth having. The Totem of Navigation, I think, is the one that reduces how long it takes for player import ships to do their missions, but, I mean, you've really got to put down a totem that makes you have to do ports more often. And then there's Totem of Auras, which I assume will be completely useless soon. Four traps at a time now? Big rats. Kinda... I was about to say I'm kind of closing in on 6. Well, not 6, 5, but that's 80, not 70. If I end up being able to place 5 traps down at a time before I've got this, before I'm done with the POF chins, I've made a terrible, terrible mistake. You have 99, Hunter? Oh wait, were you saying we can now place 4 traps at a time? We've we've been doing that all day. We have been here a while. We got 2 grey chins and like 800 chins. Now we're at 1300 red chins. And we have yet to find either of them a mate. Starting to lose your mind yet? Oh, yes. The hard bit of grinds like this is just not knowing how long you've got left to go, right? You're just grinding away blindly into the drop rate and praying that the drop rate increase affects these things. Because if it doesn't, I'm in trouble. Nautics making sure we don't end up with horrendous back pain. Oh. Ow. You think that's like a 3.5? Why'd you have to mention it? I could have been happy not knowing that. Because you calculated it yourself when you went for this and you CBA'd. I think the main killer is like, I've got 2 of the chins, right? But if I stop now, then I basically get nothing. Because these 2 chins aren't useful on their own. So I'm kind of like locked into it now to actually see it through to the end. To actually make all the time I've put in so far worth it. The old sunk cost grind fallacy right there. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Very appreciated. But yes, we could keep going. and going and going. And finally see a chin appear in our inventory. Just to be reset to square one. You can put them both in the pen so they adopt a baby. I should What's more important, having the cows in the pen to work on ancient summoning, or... How often does it roll an adoption chance? I think it's the same as its breeding tickets, just incredibly low chance. Also, they need to grow to adult first, which takes about a day for chins. Yeah, takes 24 hours for chins to grow to adult. So it'd take 24 hours to get adults, and then... And then a chance of getting... of them adopting a baby. Which is like... It's not like a zero... It's not like a zero outcome. It's just... It's not gonna change what I do right now. Even if I went and put them in the breeding pen now. Where is this chin buggered off to? Wait, is it you? Are you just gotten stuck? Nope. Is it you? Once your same gender dragons adopted babies and you sold both of them after that? What's the relevance of selling them? Also, I still seem to have lost that chin. Oh no, there he is. She. Hopefully it's a she. It's not 1400 catches. Just... You're not that unlucky, you're just getting multi-rolls, so it looks like it. I swear multi-catches should do multi-rolls on the POF animal table. We're almost 69 Hunter. That is actually kinda mad. At least we start getting Trapper fragments at 70, I guess. Gotta look for silver linings, I guess. One way to try and keep yourself sane. Well, I was hoping that wouldn't chain back here, but oh well. I just have my eye on this spot in my inventory, and I want something to appear there. So badly, I would just like to be free of this. Well, actually, am I at 2? Do we think I've gained more than 200 extra chins from multi-catches with how infrequently they're proccing? Probably not. We're probably over 1200 actual catches at this point. But that doesn't actually mean anything. Because it doesn't change the odds we're rolling against every time. I should have stayed at the Grey Chins. The Grey Chins were kind to me. I mean, they could have also been exactly the same. And we got another 1400 Grey Chins without seeing another chin. So it's almost 6 o'clock. I was intending to end stream at 6 today. And then work a bit on scripting tonight. But that was also under the thought process that my POF would be kind of all set up. Which it is not. So do I just do scripting tomorrow instead? Keep persevering. Or do I give myself a little break from the insanity of catching hamsters? We're like 3 chins away from 69 hunter. This is, I mean, the hunter levels, the hunter gains have been good the past couple days at least, considering that we don't have OP whirligigs anymore. The 76 17, is it 76? I think it's 76 hunter requirement for the vampire quests is not gonna be an issue in the slightest. But at the same time, that wasn't the original goal. We've just kind of been pushed towards it. Oh yeah, where's the chin wandered off to this time? I'm assuming it's one of these two. It was one of those two. Maybe I need to stop using chain. We'll just put rack on there. Chain keeps bouncing back and hitting chins that are at the box traps that I would rather they didn't hit. Thought it'd be convenient for when I need to multi-kill a bunch of chins to get this guy to respawn. But it's costing me more than it's gaining, I think. That was not the chin from this spot, it seems. Okay, I'm going to 1500 chins, and then I'm gonna take a little break for scripting because I'm going a smidge stir crazy just staring at the chins and the box traps. But I will at least go to a nice round number. Baited one? We are indeed a baited one. We got lucky at Grey Chins just to end up getting two males, and then we've been at we've been at Red Chins all day. We're hunting what's it called? We're hunting a breeding pair of Chin Chompers, and we got 2 Chin Chompers from hunting Grey Chins quite quickly. So I started upstream by checking their genders, basically, to see if they were a breeding pair or if they were the same gender. And if they were the same gender, we had to continue hunting for more chins to get in this case, to get a female one. So we've now come over to Red Chins to try and get a breeding partner for one of these 2 fine Grey Chins here. And we have been here longer than I'd like to admit. Good luck. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. This is one of those, like, painful grinds that when you're doing it feels like it's way longer than it should be. But it's also something you only need to do once, because as soon as you have a single breeding pair of chins, you can then, breed more chins. So you don't need to hunt them anymore after this. So it's just getting through the initial pain of it. Guessing don't have Trapper yet? Yeah, beans are just a problem right now. Like, my account's not that old, so I haven't, the farm hasn't ticked over very much yet, but also just getting 5,000 beans for the Trapper is going to take me a good bit longer than just catching the chins myself. Plus, we did need to train Hunter. We've kind of gone past the level I needed. But we did need to train Hunter. And since they nerfed Whirligigs, you may as well train Hunter via a method like this that has another benefit to it. Because there's not really any particularly great XP Hunter methods anymore. Whirligigs are good if you're a main and can buy the flowers, but for an iron, less so. I also don't have 70 farming even to swap over to those at 70, so. Yeah, I started out lucky, and the luck evaporated. So we've been riding the downward slope of the roller coaster. But, by the time we hit 1,500 chins, we will have gotten another POF animal, and it will be female. Absolutely. That is going to happen. We will end stream today with our POF having a breeding pair of chins in it. Or 1,500 chins in our inventory, it depends which comes first. Also, I have no idea where the chin that spawns here is buggered off to. Keep losing that thing so easily. Wait. It was just not respawned, or? I swear that thing's just wandering off and then randomly like teleporting back at some point. I'm going insane. That's the only logical explanation. Man, I can't believe how close to 1500 we've actually gotten. Like, I was expecting to, you know, maybe see another chin relatively quickly, but check in, it'd just be a male, and then must have to go and get a fourth one and it'd be a female. I was really hoping that it wouldn't be this nonsense though. Like, we are 100% over the 1200 catch rate now. Am I slouching again? Is that what's going on? Almost certainly. Ugh. I was about to say, I swear our attack rate is slower with the staff than it was with the necro. What's it called? With the necro weapons, but of course it is. It's a two-handed weapon instead of the necro ones, which I think act like dual wield. Well, 13 more chins to go. Wait, did you huh? I'm pretty sure I just attacked you. Oh, hi, Jenkins. Still chin locked, yes. I'm in hell. Please save me. Time to change that name? Absolutely not. But that's how you break the... Wait, changing your name breaks a dry streak. Hang on, I'm gonna need a TLDR on that one. I have not completed Dragon Slayer 1. Break the bad luck by changing your name to Verdum? But he said he also gets bad luck when it comes to chins. I think I'm done with this for today. I needed to end stream at 6 o'clock anyway, because I don't want to completely kill myself, since I want to actually stream something tomorrow. But I am going to go stretch my legs, because this is making me slouch like absolute crazy, and I can feel my body screaming at me about that. So I am going to go stretch my legs. And I'm then going to either come back and do archaeology and just, I don't know, sulk on the sofa about how awful chin chompers are. Or I'm going to do a little bit of this off stream to see if my off stream luck is better than my on stream luck. So if that number's bigger tomorrow and we're still here, you know exactly what happened. But for now, thanks all for hanging out. Thanks all for the company. I've been your friendly neighborhood going insane Ironman. I'm gonna sign out with a raid to Ezimu. Edimus. Jeez. Thanks all again. Good luck with your grinds. May you have better chin luck than me. And then tomorrow, hopefully our POF is up and running and we can get on with some more fun things. So I'll catch you all then.